Hey, yeah, good to see you. You got everything squared away now?
I hope so. Well,
We're gonna have some interesting conversation here in a little bit.
yeah, probably so.
In the closed session.
Right. Yes.
I'm curious about some things.
Okay.
So,
Which in particular?
well, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I hope I can.
Well,
think
maybe
of my
you
things,
can,
depending how late it
maybe you
was.
can, maybe you can't. You know, it'll be what it'll be.
You bring enough for everybody?
I did, yeah.
Where are those
What, you got some M&Ms?
No, some Whoppers, the high level
Oh, I
stuff.
don't like them.
Yeah, gas is up. I gotta go back to the Whoppers.
I don't know where the.
Let's see.
Rachel's going to get back and say,
Okay.
we can go ahead and start.
So you ready? Ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. We've got 7:01 on April the 9th, 2026. And I declare this Town Council meeting of the Stokesdale Town Council to be in open session. Okay, could you all rise that you could, and we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Crossroads.
And we have David Bailey here from Crossroads to deliver our invocation. Thank you, David.
The psalmist says, "Shout for joy to the Lord, all the earth. Worship the Lord with gladness. Come before him with joyful songs. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. For the Lord is good, and his love endures forever. His faithfulness continues through all generations." Let us pray. Lord, I'm often reminded how glad I am to live in this community. I'm grateful for the blessings. I'm grateful for the people that we encounter just all around town, the parks, the stores. Thank you, Lord, for this community. And Lord, we do pray for the leadership of this community, for Stokesdale, that you would grant wisdom to the leadership, that they would do what is best in your eyes, and that they would do what is best for this community, and that they would provide the leadership, the guidance that we need. Lord, let them know what items need to be pursued and what items need to be turned away from. Lord, I pray that you would give them a spirit of togetherness and unity as they work together to provide leadership. Lord, we pray for the meeting tonight, that all that happens would be honoring to you, and that you would use the people of this community to make it a place that is welcoming and facilitates joy and good neighborliness. And Lord, thank you that we have the opportunity to speak together tonight and to find the wisest way to go. Let those who speak do so in a kind, considerate way. And Lord, let all things be done to your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay, review and adopt the agenda for April 9th, 2026.
Mr. Mayor, requesting one change. Item number 13, I'd like to continue that to the next meeting. I believe the special call meeting we have next week will suffice.
Okay.
It's concerning an annual maintenance agreement for our HVAC system. There's just a little bit more information I need to secure before I can present to you guys, so apologies for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Foy. And I have a change that I would like to make as well. This is on item number 18. That's consideration of a citizen's volunteer offer to repaint all municipal fire hydrants with the individual providing all labor and materials. I would like to delay that until after our closed session meeting.
To after?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, T, what number you?
That's number 18. Other than that, any other changes?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a suggestion here to avoid any confusion. I think there are a number of folks here that are interested in the agenda item number 10 under old business for the pedestrian plan.
Yes, sir.
And I would like to add a comment period to this agenda item so they can be assured, pro or con, that they would have an opportunity to speak and make that clear to everyone.
Okay, well, we do have two comment periods, one here in item number 7, which certainly is preceding item number 10.
Well, when we get to that item, I'll be making a motion to see if council will accept comments specific for that agenda item then, if my request is denied.
Okay, do we have any comments or no problem? No,
He can make the motion at the agenda item, if that's what he's saying he's gonna do.
Okay.
I have a problem with the motion.
Mr. James, do you want to make that in the form of a motion then?
I thought I just did.
Okay, do we
By
have a
adding-
second?
You're asking me to make an agenda item separate from a change to the agenda?
Are you asking for him to make a motion to move a comment period, to have a
To
comment
add a
period?
comment period.
No problem. I'll make a motion that we add a public comment period to agenda item number 10 under old business that starts with consideration North Carolina Department of Transportation.
I'll second the motion.
So what's the intent of this? Just an ongoing dialogue and back and forth, or just, would you say, okay, for those that like to speak against or in favor, could you come up and do that now?
Well, what I find, Mr. Foy, is sometimes people don't know when to try to address the agenda item they're interested in. We have 2 public comment periods, so some of these folks might be believing that they need to speak before the agenda item using their public comment period, or others may feel that they need to wait until the end of the meeting when we have the other public comment period. So I'm just trying to facilitate, good open communication about this agenda item.
And that's just fine. So the format, what format are you thinking? Just when we get to item number 10, open it up for public comments at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 minutes for anybody that wants to speak on it, or 5 minutes, or, I'll sit here all night if we need to, but.
Yeah, that's fine.
Would that be before the council considers it, or kind of during the consideration?
Could I make a suggestion? Just a suggestion. Okay, I think what you're saying that the citizens might not realize exactly what we're doing. So would it be good for, I guess T would be making the presentation, is that correct? That he could make his initial presentation and then let him speak before, is that what you're saying, or before or after?
No, just at the beginning of the agenda item.
Well, I mean, that.
I'm certainly not suggesting that anybody in the audience would be able to speak without being recognized by the chair, that being the mayor at this particular point.
I do have 5 comment cards that have been completed, 6 now. And they did put the subject matter on there, and these are the pedestrian plan. And then there's one that is for a agenda item that's further down on there. So I've got 4 here, so they've got 5 now. Is that also for the pedestrian plan?
It's not my agenda item and it's not my motion, but all I'm saying is, if the reason for doing this is so they'll understand completely what our item is, I think it would be appropriate for T to give his presentation of what it is, and then, I guess before we discussed it, they could, do that. Now, that's up to you. I don't know what it would help to we could do the comments at the very beginning, or, if we're not doing it that way, I don't know what the reason would be.
What if we just move item
Okay,
10 up to, the first thing after public comments? And that way, we're using our normal public comment section.
Mr. Winfrey.
I think we can make an announcement, I'm still talking. I think we can make an announcement here that the public comments are open to anything, including that amendment. So I think anybody here would understand that. We could just use the public comment section we've already got in place.
Mr. Winfrey, it's my belief that some of our audience members may not know what their question is until we've presented that item and the council's discussed some, perhaps I can withdraw my motion just as long as I'm okay making that motion during that particular agenda item. Would that be okay here?
That's fine. I mean, it's your meeting, so, I mean, whatever the majority of the board wants to entertain it, that's within the rules.
Okay, well, just, we ask people to come, and then we don't want to treat them like children and tell them to sit down and shut up and not let them speak, so, okay, thank you. I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, so with that, with these two changes as mentioned previously, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Second that.
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Okay. Review and adopt the following minutes. This is March the 5th, special called town council meeting. Do I have a motion to, I'll make a motion to adopt them as written.
Second?
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I am also aye. Okay. Closed session meeting. This would actually be in two segments because we did have a separated closed session meeting. So one that did include Mr. Wagner and one that did not. So this would be to approve the closed session meeting minutes with Mr. Wagner that you have a copy of in your envelope there. Like,
Did you make a motion? Sorry.
no, I was about to. So I make a motion to adopt those closed session meeting minutes as written.
Second?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I'm also aye. And now we'll do the second portion of that Mr. Winfrey prepared for us while Mr. Wagner was out of the room there. And I would make a motion that we approve those as written.
Now, he made changes to those, so that we're not voting on what's in the envelope, is that correct?
That's right. Those minutes are not in the envelope. Those minutes were emailed just to you.
Right, yeah, I read them.
That's right. And so, and I did make a change. The mayor had asked me to change the wording of one of the sections, and I made that change. And so what I circulated to you earlier today is with those changes.
I'll make a motion to approve those minutes. The revised minutes.
The revised minutes.
Right.
Okay. So that's your motion, and I'll
Right.
second that. Okay. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, moving on to March the 12th, special called meeting, town council meeting. I move that we approve those minutes as written.
Second.
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, we have March the 12th, regular town council meeting. I move that we approve those minutes as written.
Second?
I guess technically as amended, they were in your packet, they're one way, and then we had a request for changes earlier this morning and later this afternoon. And so we've made those changes, and they've been emailed out to council. And I've got the hard copies here for any council member, obviously, that would like them, so.
Yeah, I read them.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be as amended, as Robbie has, as Ms. Wagner has illustrated. So do I have a second?
I second.
Mr. Rigsby?
Just,
I'm sorry.
Robbie, I think we'll need to, I don't have the copy in front of me. We need to go back and revisit who seconded the motion on the partisan elections. And get that corrected, but the minutes themselves look fine.
So that's, I'll add a comment in here to fix that, and then we'll do it as amended.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Foy. So, Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, that brings us to the March 12th closed session meeting. And I move that we approve those as written.
And I'll second that.
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okay, item number 4 on the agenda, public safety reports, Stokesdale Fire District. Did we get anything from the fire district?
No, we did not. I don't know if anybody here. No, we did not receive a report from them this month.
Okay. How about the Guilford County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we do have that. So this is the Guilford County Sheriff's Office report provided by Sergeant Ryan Seals of the District Office. For the month of March, the Sheriff's Office responded to 144 calls of service in the Stokesdale town limit, resulting in 16 case reports. Of note, there were no significant incidents or crimes, trends that occurred in the township for the month. There was a homicide that occurred at 3117 Oak Ridge Road in Summerfield on March 24th that remains under investigation. See the attached press release. Calls by type, as a reminder, this is a type of call upon initial dispatch. Call nature often changes after further investigation upon deputy arrival. Numbers noted on the map indicate multiple calls for service at the same location. 3 disturbance, 23 alarm, 1 alcohol, 2 assault, 6 domestic, 1 weapons offense, 1 drug, 3 fraud, 24 traffic, 2 motor vehicle theft, 4 noise violation, 4 accident, 68 other, 19 suspicious, 1 stolen property, 1 vandalism, and 1 trespassing. And again, that press release is in everybody's packet, online and in front of you.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome. And that concludes the Sheriff's Office report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wagner. Okay, item number 5, administrative reports. This would be administrative, that'd be Mr. Wagner.
Yes. I'd be glad to speak on this one as well. I've actually got some updated information that I got today for you guys, which I think you'll be pleased with. So I'll start off with the water system report. For the month of March, we had 4 water meters installed, 15 meters in stock, 6 applications for transfer of service and water meters in, 8 water meters and applications on hold for builders, 11 work orders, 62 North Carolina 811 locates, 925 water bills mailed out, and 5 reservations or rentals. During the most recent billing cycle, that being 33 days from February the 14th through March the 18th, the town purchased 5,222,322.70 gallons of water from Winston-Salem. That averages about 158,252.20 gallons per day. During the town of Stokesdale's most recent billing cycle, which was 28 days from February the 17th through March the 16th, the town sold 4,728,090 gallons of water. That averages 168,860.36 gallons per day. And the update that I have for you is actually the next section. This is going into the, mostly the projects that Hazen and Sawyer have been helping us with. So the updates that are in the packet are still very relevant, but there's just a few more details that they've provided. I guess the big one is the Coldwater Road water line extension. Again, the Classic City's been making great progress on that. I was able to get exactly how much they've put in. So as of today, approximately 8,000 linear feet of water line have been installed along Coldwater Road and Highway 65, which is 56% of the total project. Had a good meeting with them. Let's see, when was that, on Wednesday? April the 7th. So Tuesday, had a good meeting with them, and not any substantial issues other than some issues with getting utility lines marked by certain communications companies. So hopefully, we're gonna get that rectified, and that'll prevent them from hitting lines that have never been marked in the first place. So that is our goal. And then a couple issues with getting some approvals from DOT, but other than that, everything's moving along great. So they have no reason to believe that the project's behind pace at all. And let's see, I'll just touch on the fact that, we'll talk about this later on in the meeting, but we did receive responses to our request for proposals for auditing services, and look forward to talking about that later. And if you guys have any questions about anything else here in my report, feel free to ask away.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Item B, under item 5, Planning Board. Do we have a report from the Planning Board?
Yeah, I'll be glad to speak on this. So at their last regular meeting on March the 26th, the Planning Board held a public hearing, and that was to discuss the same item that you're all having a public hearing about tonight, this proposed text amendment. This was the recommendation made by the Planning Board, that being Planning Board member Crawford had made a motion to recommend adoption of the Stokesdale Town Council as written with the following revision. All revisions thereunto provided that written notice is given to the town clerk of the town of Stokesdale, and this passed unanimously. And just a reminder that their next regular meeting will be on Thursday, April the 23rd, 2026, here in this room. And that concludes the Planning Board report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wagner. Property Committee, Ms. Rigsby?
Nothing to report, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Item number 6, financial reports. Ms. Thacker?
All right. We'll start with the general fund. Our CDARS with the Bank of Oak Ridge, and these reports are for the ending of March 31, 2026, is $3,115,104. Our total bank accounts that include the CDARS is $3,253,697. The interest received for the month of March for the general fund is $9,572. Our total for this fiscal year is $86,068. Our water enterprise shared overhead reimbursement for the month of March is $10,311. Our total assets, which include accounts receivables and our bank, bank funds, is $3,265,621. And we'll move over to the water enterprise account. Our total CDARS for the enterprise account is $1,657,989. Our total bank accounts that include the CDARS is $2,908,921. Our interest received for the month of March is $6,736. Total for this fiscal year is $60,702. Our total capacity fees received for the month of March is $2,250. The total this fiscal year is $16,750. Our accounts receivable for the water sales, and this includes March billing, is $41,512. Active and inactive accounts past due 90 days is 0. Our sales tax refund due for this fiscal year is $2,283. And I think that may be all that I have for, yes, that is all that I have for the water enterprise account. Are there any questions?
None here. Thank you, Ms. Thacker.
Oh, excuse me, yes, I do. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Robbie. I did have, in your packet, you will see a request to move money. These are not budget amendments. It is request to move money. In the general fund, I am requesting council to approve moving money within the categories of internet and phone. I'm requesting to reduce the internet and phone for $2,000 and adding to the security and alarm, $2,000. Also, under the water enterprise account, under contract operations, I am requesting to increase $10,000. And I'm also requesting for contract operations for new customers, I'm requesting to increase $12,400, and this would be moved from the contingency appropriations. That total would be $22,400. Again, these are within the categories that there are no budget amendments needed.
I'll make a motion to authorize Ms. Stacker to make those movements as presented to council.
And I'll second that. Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
I am aye also. Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Ms. Thacker.
Thank you.
We do have item number 7, public comments from the floor. Are there any at this time?
Mr. Mayor, can we go back to the last item?
Yes, sir.
I'm having some doubts. Kim, I'm wondering if moving money from the contingency appropriations, if a budget amendment itself is more appropriate for this. Because that is a different category. Let's, if that's something we could look into.
I will.
And then
I will.
We'll meet next week and can resolve that if not.
Okay, I will move them until then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, T.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Foy. Okay, item number 8. This is public hearing. This is public hearing to receive public comments and consider a proposed text amendment to the Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance, specifically Section 7-5, flood damage prevention.
T.
Yes, sir.
So we still want to have public comments from the floor.
Correct. And I asked if there were any,
Okay,
and there were none at that point.
okay.
I thought you had some cards.
I do, and all of these are for the item
Item 10.
or later. Okay. We good?
Not really, whatever.
So, just to be clear, so we're going to have a public comment period in front of the item
We're during the item.
or during the item?
Do it during
After you
after
present
my
it?
proposal.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the audience understood that as well.
Okay.
That-
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody good? Okay. All right, so let me go back to item number 8, which is the public hearing item. This is public hearing to receive public comments and consider a proposed text amendment to the Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance, specifically 7-5, flood damage prevention. The proposed amendment would modify Section 7-5.3, general provisions A and B, in order to incorporate and adopt the updated flood insurance rate maps, FIRM, and flood insurance study, FIS, reports prepared for Guilford County by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, through the North Carolina Flood Mapping Program, NCFMP. The proposed amendment will allow the Town of Stokesdale to adopt the updated flood insurance rate maps, FIRM, and flood insurance study maps, FIS, reports before their scheduled effective date, which is June of 2026. There's not a specific date in June. Ensuring continued participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is abbreviated NFIP. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the Stokesdale Town Council will consider the proposed text amendment and make the final decision regarding adoption. So at this time, I will declare this a public hearing to be open. Are there any, Robbie, would you like to read the proposed text amendment?
Glad to. I'll read over the proposed text amendment here and give you a little background. So a lot of that was already covered there in the agenda item itself. Just some background on this. The watershed department at Guilford County had reached out to the town of Stokesdale, inquiring if we were willing to update our development ordinance to include the newest version of these maps. And I told them that I would certainly take this to you all. So the proposed revisions of the development ordinance, specifically section 7-5, the flood damage prevention section. In A of that section, it would, we would remove the word town and put in jurisdiction, including any extraterritorial jurisdictions, ETJs. Town of Stokesdale doesn't have any, I guess they do that everywhere, is allowed by law of the town of Stokesdale. They capitalize the word bona and bona fide typographical error, and then let's see, down at the bottom, this is the substantial change. Agreement between the state, they added of North Carolina to be more specific. And currently, what we have in our development ordinance is the flood insurance rate map that Guilford County adopted in June of 2007. They're wanting us to change that language to say dated June of 2026 for the Guilford County and associated digital flood insurance rate map panels, including any digital data developed as part of this FIS. And they've added the last sentence here that says, and all revisions thereunto. The purpose of the purpose of the first one, again, is to update the most recent version of the plat, not the 2007 version. All revisions thereto mean we don't have to do this every time that they update the map. Now, I've put in red boxes here to kind of break it down what has been added on top of what Guilford County's recommended. The planning board recommended language that says, and all revisions thereto, provided that written notice is given to the town clerk of the town of Stokesdale. Now, the Planning and Development Department at the county and the Department of Public Safety at the state have suggested it say, and all revisions thereto after written notice to the town of Stokesdale, rather than the town clerk. And the emails that I've included in your packet between myself, the county, and the state, they go on to explain that these letters are typically sent to the mayor of the town and not to the clerk, and that's why they say just town of Stokesdale. I think I was in copy of the last one that said they're good to copy, but every time they put these out there, they're supposed to send letters to the town. And they just essentially ask for it to say to the town. I don't think they have any issue of the ordinance saying that they have to give us written notice. It's just a matter of who it goes to. So.
Is that the way it is in the past?
That's the way it was this time. We got a letter.
But we had to okay it though, right? Are they, so we're not okaying anything, they just give us a letter.
Well, what you're doing right now is you're updating the development ordinance to say that you're approving the new map instead of the old map. So the 2007 map will soon be obsolete, and you're saying that you approve the county's adopted 26 map.
The map you showed us.
The map, that's right, it's online, and it even says in here that it's a digital map.
Yeah.
And essentially, if you choose not to, that's okay. It just means that people in Stokesdale can't apply for flood insurance.
Right.
If you choose to, then they can. Now, there's appeal periods, and they mention that in the letter that they send out. This plan, I think the map was first created in 2022. And so for the last 4 years, they've had town halls, public meetings, public engagement, things of that nature for the last 4 years to give people the opportunity to say whether they agree or disagree. And now they want to move forward with adopting this in June.
All right, so we're adopting it, but if the verbiage, is it saying that now we won't have to adopt it again?
That's correct.
So they just notify us and we don't?
They just notify us, that's right. But I will say, as a North Carolina resident, as a Guilford County resident, you have the right to appeal these at any point. And as a resident of the state, of the country, because it's a federal map. So it's always out there, and I guess you have to look for it, but they will notify us when they change it. So.
I assume they'll notify us when they consider changing it too.
Correct,
In other words,
yeah.
we'll get notice before it takes effect.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
And with that, I will declare that the public hearing is open and would entertain any comments from the public that are in favor of adopting this amendment. Would anyone like to speak? Show by hand.
I thought everybody was here for this.
Exciting stuff right here.
Yeah, boy.
Okay. And with that, are there any that would speak opposing the adoption of this text amendment? Show by hands. Apparently not. So with that, there are none. So with that, I would declare that the public hearing is closed. And may I have a motion regarding the text amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the town adopt the text amendment as proposed and as recommended by the town's planning board.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Just to be clear, you're talking about
Yes, sir.
with the written notice to the town of Stokesdale or written notice to the clerk of the town of Stokesdale? I assume you want the town of Stokesdale, the last revision?
The last revision.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
So that would be technically the recommendation made by Guilford County Planning and the Department of Public Health at the state. Planning Board said clerk, they said just the town of Stokesdale. So just town of Stokesdale is what
I
you're looking
mean,
for.
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I've got something I want to point out here.
Okay.
It says bona fide farms are not exempt from the provisions of this ordinance. Unless that "not" is removed, the "not exempt," I'm a no vote on this. And I apologize to council for not catching this the first time it came across our desk, but I see it now.
Well, now that has not changed. This is the same language that's in there right now. You don't see a strike through from not. Your development ordinance as it reads currently says not exempt.
Still object to it.
Okay, understood. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you didn't think this was what the text amendment was changing.
Can you expand on that, Tim? I want to learn more about your concern.
Well, with each passing year, there's more and more regulators that come out and visit our farms, and we're certainly not the farming community we used to be. But yet at the same time, our farmers in the area anyway, they're just strapped. And sometimes these things seem to be innocent enough, but I hate for a farmer out there to find out that he can't stack hay in some particular spot, he can't cross-fence his property to help manage his livestock, those types of things, and nothing's important until it's important. And I am kind of concerned about all the rest of it, but there's nothing we can do about FEMA and the federal government and the state of North Carolina. But this jumps out of it, out at me because of farming background, I guess. And I'm just concerned what that might mean or how it might be interpreted and applied to a farmer with a creek bottom somewhere that they are grazing. And that's my concern.
Chuck, do you have any thoughts here?
Well, I guess the issue is if a bona fide farm, owner of a bona fide farm wanted to erect a structure that turned out to be within the floodplain, then the question of their availability for flood insurance. So I guess you have that issue of flood insurance for a structure within the floodplain on the bona fide farm.
What's a structure?
Well,
When it comes to agriculture, that's a hard thing to define,
yeah, I
is my
mean,
point.
is a well, the question is a well a structure that's, or is a barn a structure? That's a fascinating question. What is a structure? But typically anything above ground is considered a structure.
You know, we have so few farmers left. I don't know if it's worth a lot of time here, but yet at the same time, I'd hate to be a party to chasing the last one out of Stokesdale.
Is this saying they can't put a structure in it, or it just won't be covered under flood insurance?
Yeah, if they put it in the floodplain, I mean, they'd have to get flood insurance, or if they wanted it insured,
And it won't be covered,
that's right.
but they could still put it in?
They could still put it in, that's right.
Okay, they just wouldn't be covered under flood insurance?
Right.
You're sure?
I mean, they still put it in, whether they qualify for flood insurance, I don't
No,
know.
I'm saying, you're sure they can put it there?
They can put it there, that's right.
Okay.
Wouldn't violate a development ordinance for them
Yeah,
to
I
put it
mean,
in.
if I was an insurance company, I wouldn't insure them either if it's in
That's right.
floodplain. I mean,
Right.
so, but they can put the, okay.
As long as it complies with the development ordinance about, you know,
Well, if it's on
setbacks and everything else.
farm, it's not much of a ordinance. I mean,
That's
it's
true,
not-
you're right.
You build about what, for
Well,
farm purpose.
I'm just a big proponent of the right to farm, and someday, if we lose very many more farms, we're all gonna be, regretting it.
So Tim, let's talk about it though. I mean, the right to farm, how does this impede on the right to farm? I mean, there's a lot of farmers in the Midwest that, you know, their entire farm could be in a floodplain.
Again, anything that would keep someone from being able to use their farm and use best practices to manage their farm, whether it be livestock or crops or irrigation or whatever it might be, it's difficult to have a meeting of the mind sometimes when a regulator is on a farm, and there are countless cases of farmers being put upon that are in the news, you know, that have been on the same farm for generations, and then all of a sudden, everything they've been doing is wrong. And so I'm just nervous about that. I don't want to spend too much time on it because we hardly have any farmers left, but that's my concern.
I don't believe they're not gonna stop them from putting a barn there. They're just not going, if it floods, they're just not gonna pay insurance, is what they're saying.
So they're doing it.
I'd be against it too if they say, you know, you couldn't put a barn or something. But I say, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Well, again, I apologize for not catching this when we had more time to look at it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landris.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
I'm nay.
And I'm aye. All right, we're moving on to old business items. Item number 9, update and discussion on the codification of the Town of Stokesdale's Code of Ordinances by American Legal Publishing. And Mr. Winfrey, I think that we have some updates.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So you may recall that the council adopted a new set of development ordinances that were effective January 1 of this year. Those ordinances have taken effect. However, they are not currently available for anyone to easily use from our website because American Legal Publishing has not put them up there, and they have the town had contracted with them to work on these development ordinances, and I think you'd allocated, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, was it $10,000, I think was what has been allocated for this. To date, the town has spent a little bit over $6,000 on this project. To get the rest of the development ordinance up, which I would encourage the town to do, to get the rest of that ordinance up, looks like maybe an additional, say $5,000, I guess, is the outer limit of what we think it would be. So bringing the total cost to a little bit over $11,000, or let's call it $11,200. That would not, we think that would cover the development ordinance, but would not cover the other ordinances that has not been yet finalized the codification on. So I would encourage the council to consider allowing the town to go ahead and get the development ordinance online so that the development community and property owners can see the development ordinance as it's been adopted. And then when we have a definite page count for the other ordinances, then we will have a figure for that amount. And that will come to, that's going to be $19 a page is the cost of that work also. So we don't know the number of pages yet because they haven't gotten the final form of that ordinance yet. So at this point, I would, in talking with American Legal Publishing, when I spoke to them earlier this week, if we approved it this week, they anticipated that they would be able to get the development ordinance online and published and sent to us by either end of June or early July to get that done. And we would be in the queue for their work, and the longer we put it off, then we have to see what the queue is like when we got in at that point. So I guess I would encourage the council to consider going ahead and approving the additional expense of $1,200 to get the development ordinance online. And then when we have a definite page count for the other ordinances, then we would come back to you and ask for another, probably a budget amendment to get the rest of the budget up, the rest of the ordinance up.
Mr. Winfrey, we voted for you to contact those folks and see if they would give us any extension. Did you do that?
I did, and so this is the extension, because I guess at one time we understood that everything had to be in by May 1, or they wouldn't do anything. So I think this is some leeway on their part to go ahead and get because I think initially they want to do everything all at one time. They want to do development ordinance and the other ordinances all by May 1. And now they've agreed to kind of break it into two parts, to do development ordinance now, since we have that in final form, and then do the other ordinance when we get it to them.
But it's not necessarily an extra $19 a page, it's just $19 a page.
It's $19 a page, and we've already paid a little bit over $6,000 toward that. So this, but it'd be $19 a page to post it, and we've already authorized $10,000 to be paid. And we think it's going to cost another $1,200 on top of that to get the development ordinance posted.
Well, the $19 a page doesn't include any kind of penalty, it's just simply $19 a page.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Right.
So we need to do a motion tonight, and,
I would ask the council to do that, just so we can go ahead and pull the trigger on getting the,
so what's the motion we need to make?
we need to authorize, I guess there's $1,200 we need to allocate from discretionary funds. Is that right, Kim? Is that where the money?
When Mr. Winfrey sent me an email, sent Robbie and I an email about it, and we have got category 9,500 for contingency expenses, so we probably maybe should do a budget amendment just in case on that, but I do not have one prepared for that. We've got $2,900 in the contingency expenses that we could allocate for the additional $1,200 if need be.
I'm fine approving a budget amendment next week.
Is our special call meeting, it's next week?
It's the 16th, yes.
Would it be okay if we wait till next week?
That's fine.
Because we're gonna have a special call meeting
Okay.
for the budget.
Okay. And that works. I hadn't planned to be here, but I can be here if I need to for that meeting.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, so that will readdress next week. In there.
Get it from there.
Okay, moving on to item number 10. Now, did you want to do a presentation here or discussion?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to,
Do
with the
either
Tim, he has a format, I guess, so.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and present this. Can we do discussion after,
$1,200.
during our discussion period? Can we do comments during our discussion?
So Tim, can you clarify exactly what you envision happening here?
Well, if we have citizens here that are interested in this agenda item, and I think we do, I think we need to go about this in such a way that they can participate reasonably. We're not a democracy, but we are a constitutional republic. So one thing I'd like to point out here is that this insert here was written by T. Stevenson. It's not something council has approved. I have some comments that I would like to add to it that may contradict what T is presenting here in a polite way, I hope. And so if T is going to present his agenda item, then I would like to have an opportunity to speak, and I'd like the other council members to have an opportunity to speak, and then I'd like to open up the floor for comments from anybody who cares to comment about this agenda item. That's what I think we should do.
I thought we talked about T introducing it and then opening public comments.
Well, he's already had an opportunity to introduce it. This has been published, and I didn't have any input on it. So that's the part I kind of object to.
You're objecting to him putting a discussion guide in the council packet?
Not at all, but I didn't have any input in this, so the reader that's got this could assume that council voted to put
Yeah,
this
no, I mean,
presentation in.
that's fine. I think T should introduce it, and then we do the public comments.
And of course,
And
I
when
had-
when you say introduce, you mean go through the
Yeah, go
program?
go
Yeah,
go
yeah.
through
That's-
whatever.
That's what I thought we was doing.
Yeah, I did too, so
okay,
let's do that.
But he's already introduced his point of view with this document. I haven't been able to introduce my point of view.
But you will.
that's what.
After the comments have been expended and they no longer, I guess they can wait till the last comment period in this meeting and if they have any follow-on comments they want to make. But I want to be clear that I want everybody to have an opportunity to be heard.
100%.
Okay. All right, this agenda item is consideration of North Carolina Department of Transportation, NCDOT Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Multimodal Planning Program. Certainly, this program was introduced last month in preparation for a vote this month because of a time deadline of April 13th at 5 o'clock for submission of an application for a grant. This is not a request for any construction. This is an application for a grant for funding of a study that would be over a several-month period of time. It would involve the residents through a steering committee and a consultant that would be chosen by the NCDOT. All of the funds are actually administered by the DOT. Due to the size of our population being under 10,000 in number, the consultant fee is capped at $60,000, of which the NCDOT grant would pay 90%. So for $6,000, we have an opportunity to have a consultant, a steering committee, conduct a study, and identify traffic areas, pedestrian areas, bicycle path areas, modes of transportation that would be beneficial, improve safety, et cetera, for the town. My request tonight is simple. It's not misleading. It's about planning. It's not about construction. The grant itself does not approve any sidewalks. It merely, or bike lanes or any infrastructure project. Its requested approval is to apply for the grant and conduct a study. It's important, I think, because major transportation projects have already coming through our area, specifically the Greensboro MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, has a plan that they prepared going through 2050, which includes improvements to the major thoroughfares going through Stokesdale, which is US 158, and also 65 and 68. And these projects include intersection upgrades, safety improvements, in many other cases. In some of the cases, they've already recommended sidewalks and bicycle accommodations. So we unfortunately have not had any input into those plans. With a plan in place, if we are proceed with this metropolitan plan, then we would have say in those plans prior to the implementation. Right now, Stokesdale is the only town in the Greensboro Metropolitan Planning Organization without a pedestrian and bicycle plan. And that puts us at a disadvantage when competing for transportation funding and limits our ability to influence what we get built. So I think the timing is good for this because the MPO is actually planning to upgrade their bicycle and pedestrian plan this year. and our plan could be incorporated into that. It also coincides well with Stokesdale's decision to study and upgrade our future land use plan. And so that actually works well when they're developed together. And again, this is a resident-led plan. There would be up to 10 people on steering committee throughout our community. And then, as I said, the consultants would be involved after that. But again, this is a competitive process. It involves completion of an application and submission. The application is then reviewed by the NCDOT. It then goes to another committee for the choosing. It's a several-month process. We would not be, if we were chosen, we would be notified in July with contracts to be signed probably in August or September. And then the actual plan itself would be started probably in the latter part of this year and could take as much as 8 to 12 months to complete. There's, as Mr. Jones was mentioning, I did assemble some talking points. I did distribute those talking points to council on Friday of last week as a follow-up to the information that was distributed in the March town council meeting in preparation for this discussion. As I said, this, I think, is a futuristic approach. I think it positions Stokesdale in a much better spot than we currently are. And thus, I would like to make a motion for council to move forward with approving us to move forward with completing the application and submitting to the DOT before the effective date or the expiration date, which is April the 13th at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you officially making a motion with that statement?
I can give a better one if, yes, but
I
it's,
just wanted to just make sure.
yeah.
You're making a motion without hearing from one single citizen. Just saying.
Okay.
We do that on every agenda item we put on the thing. I mean, it's his agenda item. You know, we'll hear his motion, someone will second it, and then we'll have a discussion like we always do.
I'm just pointing out after the discussion we had about allowing the citizens gathered here to comment that,
Well, where would you propose their comment period to be, Mr. Jones?
I already covered that.
It's
There's no
coming up
use
now.
belaboring the point. Apparently, you don't want anybody to have any input.
You're not gonna vote till, I mean, are you just making the motion, you're not gonna vote till discussion and everything? right?
Absolutely.
And when we hear from.
That's our normal
It's what
process.
we do all the
Open for
time.
discussion.
Yeah, this is our normal process. Why are we changing our process for this particular agenda item? We make a motion, we second the motion, then we discuss. This is the way we do every single item we've ever done here. No reason to change it now. They can talk when they want during the discussion period.
Mr. Rigsby, I bring it up because usually we have about 3 to 7 people at our meetings. I've roughly counted, we got somewhere around 25. This is unusual. I've talked to people that pro and con for this. There's been a lot of interest in this item. I'm just simply asking that we accommodate them to speak. This is ridiculous.
No, we are accommodating them, Tim. And what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to speak first, which is absolutely in line with what we normally do. He makes the motion, we second it, we're in discussion period. You can have your discussion as a councilman. Then, if the rest of us want to have our discussion, then we can hear from the citizens before we vote. There's nothing out of order with that.
If Mr. Stevenson wants to make his motion, that's up to him. I'm simply pointing out again that this has gone out on our sunshine list and been published by the town, and it's Mayor Stevenson's comments and his program, which is fine, but I want an opportunity to rebut some of those before this vote is taken. And I'd like for the citizens gathered here to take those comments into account just like they would Mr. Stevenson's comments.
And by procedure, we can't get to your point until we make a motion. So he is making the motion. I will second that motion. Now let's open it up for comments by everybody. And where you want to be at.
There it is.
There we go.
So start your discussion.
We have a
We're opening
motion.
up for discussion here for comments, right? We're opening up for
Well, I
comments.
think Mr. Jones as a councilman, if he wants to go ahead and make his discussion by right, let's go ahead and let the councilmen make their discussions. And then before we take a vote, let every citizen that wants to speak on it have their, so they can hear on what Mr. Councilman's rebuttal is.
I'd like to hear what folks have to say. I would have liked to hear that under agenda item 7, which oddly enough is called public comments. But let's hear what they have to say right now.
Well,
Again, I go back to, they've already heard one side to the presentation of just these notes in this agenda that council has not voted on. Now, you know, y'all can certainly override me.
why don't we do this? Why don't we,
No question of vote.
the council could, make comments if you want to,
That's what I
and then the
just said.
citizens can do it, and if council has any more comments, they can make comments after, and then we'll go for the vote.
Well, that's what we just said.
Yeah.
That's what
I mean,
You're
I don't- I
welcome
don't
to
think
start
that's
making
too hard to
comments.
do.
Okay, we're gonna do it this way. I have made a motion. It has been seconded. We're gonna open the floor for the comments. I do have 5 or 6 comment cards here. I think Mr. Wagner has another one.
But if anybody wants to speak that hasn't turned in a card, they are more than welcome.
Correct, correct. But we'll go with the cards first, if that's okay. All right, Ed McKinney,
I see you have the timer, I'm sorry.
yep, and I would remind everyone that there is, please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time. My name is Ed McKinney. I live at 8504 Spring Birch Terrace, and I serve as pastor at Stokesdale United Methodist Church. I'd like to show a short video from the Good Samaritan Ministries Good Friday Crosswalk, which took place last Friday. If you would please watch this. That's not something in the future. That's Stokesdale today. People are already walking. As our own vision statement says, the town should promote pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian movement throughout the community. This proposal doesn't build sidewalk. It doesn't raise taxes. It simply takes a $6,000 step to help us understand where people are already walking, where safety concerns exist, and what options make sense. We've talked about cost, and that matters. But we also have to count the cost of keeping people safe as they walk along our roads. This plan is careful, low risk, and a way to begin taking care of the people who already call Stokesdale home. I hope you'll support moving forward with the grant application. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Ed. Catherine Buntoff.
Good evening, Council. Catherine Buntoff, 8202 McCrory Road. I'm here to encourage each of you to vote to apply for the DOT grant. I've lived in Northern Guilford County since 1979. I've lived in Stokesdale since 2013. I've been here a while. I've been walking around for a while now. We pride ourselves here on being a small town. What better example of small town life than getting around on foot? Our town has a long history of pedestrian traffic. I wanted to share the voices of some lifelong residents who couldn't be here but care deeply about the future of Stokesdale. Mahalia McGee mentioned to some of us about what it used to feel like to walk around town with her kids, something many folks remember vividly. She's not alone. Supporters like Ron Southern, Betty Southern Fleming, and others who've spent their lives here have all shared similar memories, walking to the store, to church, to school, and around town. Betty Southern Fleming shared this. These are her words. I've lived in Stokesdale my whole life. I remember the days when people could safely walk across downtown to my brother Ted Southern's hardware store, then walk to the drugstore or BJ's for lunch. It's not safe anymore because traffic and speeding. That is a shame, and I hope our town will work to improve safety for families walking around. I feel like we were more connected when it was safe to walk around town. Creating a pedestrian plan would help us request grant funds to make our town safer without a property tax. These reflections aren't just about nostalgia, they're about connection, safety, and the kind of community we want to be. A pedestrian plan could help us embrace that small town feel that we cherish. A grant for a pedestrian plan would help our town embrace this most basic, simple, traditional part of small town life, which is getting around on foot. And you probably see me walking all over the place. I often have a safety vest on because people are simply not expecting to see pedestrians. I'm asking you to support safe walking in our community by voting to pursue this grant. I'm asking you to say yes, we are the kind of town that cares about people's safety when they walk. We support this most basic, simple aspect of living in a small town. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Jenny Niesel.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wait a second, Mr. Mayor. Are we getting addresses from these folks?
Were there on the
Yeah.
cards?
Okay.
So far, both of them have said their address out loud.
Okay. We usually ask folks to give us their address. That was just my point.
They did both.
Okay, excuse me, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Niesel, and I'm at 7615 Charles Place Drive. I'm a pediatric physical therapist at Atrium. I'm a substitute teacher, mostly for middle school. I'm a Boy Scout leader, and I'm a Sunday school teacher. I have 3 school-age sons, and I've noticed since I've moved here 12 years ago that there have been a lot more neighborhoods going in and a lot more families. I'm here to ask you to vote for applying for a grant for a pedestrian plan. This will allow Stokesdale to learn what action steps we could take to keep people safer. I walked to school as a kid, and I'm concerned about how kids get to Stokesdale Elementary and how they'll get to the new Northwest Middle School. Today, there were a lot of kids walking to Northwest Middle and High School on that fairly busy road, and ours will be busier. Per GCS policy, and I quote, non-transport zones are also referred to as walk zones. In accordance with state law, GCS does not automatically provide transportation for students who live within 1.5 miles of their assigned school. So they could make an exception to this policy, GCS could, but given how short they already are on bus drivers and how they can't even get those kids to school on time, I can easily imagine that they wouldn't. How are the kids that live off 68 supposed to get to the new middle school safely if they have to walk down a road where people are routinely driving 60 miles an hour? Middle school classes currently start well after many people have to be at work. So I've talked to a lot of people in the community about this, just, as I was preparing and thinking about it. And I've talked to young families and more seasoned adults also. And I've talked to people who are new to the area and people who have lived here for generations. And every person I've spoken to feels like learning about how to keep pedestrians safe is common sense. In recent memory, 2 children were hit by cars and died within a mile of my house. What if simply lowering the speed limit in an area or adding a stop sign or a crosswalk would keep us safer? What I'm asking you to do is simply gather information from experts so we can figure out what we can do to prevent pedestrian accidents from happening in the future. I'm certainly not asking you to jack up everyone's taxes or commit millions to building sidewalks everywhere. Once you prioritize what you want to take away from the plan, there are grants available. To name a few, the North Carolina DOT has grants, and the Safe Routes to School program funds 100% of the cost of approved programs that improve walking conditions for kids that are trying to get to school safely. There's a saying that goes, when we know better, we do better. I'm asking you to listen to the concerns of your constituents and to show concern for our health and safety. I want to know better, and I hope that you do too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. C.W. Dillon.
Good evening. How y'all doing today?
Good evening.
Hello.
C.W. Dillon, 7722 Athens Road, right down the street here. So I guess I'm going to start off with really we don't have a clue, or I don't have a clue, really where all this is going to. Is it a sidewalk to the school? Is it a greenway coming from Greensboro? What is this going to turn into? We don't really know what it's going to be. I think that's our biggest misconception. My wife and I have lived here for 32 years, same place, right down the street. We chose Stokesdale for a quiet country community that we loved and we still love today. If a developer comes into Stokesdale and buys a big tract of land and puts a house and sidewalks in, that's great. That's awesome. The people that live here currently and have lived here for a long time are not really looking to have their property, their land, disrupted for sidewalks and greenways. If you think the only one that feels this way, if you think that I'm the only one that feels this way, then I suggest or request any of you to get in your cars and go talk to the people that's in this affected way. Not just some engineer that might just come from out of town and not know the public and the people that's lived here and has existing land right now that could be affected by this. We have a wonderful community park right here on this property with awesome walking trails, bicycle trails. You can do about any activity you want here thanks to the help of the board. We're not really sure why we need to take up more land, more people's property for greenways that could come out of this. Sidewalks, I understand, going to schools, downtown, greenways and stuff that could come out of this, we really don't understand. So I just want to be here tonight to let you guys know that I'm opposed to it. And I'm sure of quite a few people, if we went out here and asked, what is coming out of this? Is it a sidewalk in front of the school, in front of the town? Is it going to lead to greenways connecting and where we get all the criminals, all the bad stuff coming into town, and then the pollution and things that might go along with it? So my request, I guess, tonight is, how do we pay? How do we keep up with it? How do we take care of it in the long term? Not just today, not just a grant tomorrow, something down there. How do we take care of it 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now? What's the end game? What's the goal for this? So, and I just like to close with one thing. Kevin Costner told everybody in Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. My concern is, I think we need to be careful what we build and what we ask to come into the town that we all love and cherish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Vicki White Lawrence.
Evening. I'm Vicki White Lawrence. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I live at 8400 West Falls Lane here in Stokesdale. I've lived here for almost 40 years. It'll be 40 in November. Through the years, I've enjoyed watching Stokesdale respond to the needs of its residents, whether that be to develop a water system, provide permanent town hall and park, celebrate the holiday season with a parade, etc. I've been fortunate to be a part of many of those events through the years. I served on the parade committee for over 20 years and chaired it for most of that time. I've served on town council for one term and have attended numerous meetings before I was elected and after. One of the things I enjoy now is being able to walk out my front door and embark on a walk and know that in about an hour I can meet my goal of deliberate walking for about 4 miles. Last year around this time, I was walking more than 120 miles a month. I try to do my deliberate walking every day now, but I haven't been as good about it more recently as I was in the past. Life has sometimes gets in the way of that kind of thing. I have a route I like to take that leads me down McCrory Road. McCrory dead ends into my driveway. I go through the driveway at the United Methodist Church Cemetery, past the fire station, along the residential streets, and up to the intersection of 158 and 65. I try to go early, partly because of the heat, but also because of traffic, because none of those streets have sidewalks, and drivers aren't always happy to share the road with me. I don't want to walk in grassy areas because I see plenty of dead snakes along the road, in the road, and where there's dead snakes, there are probably live snakes. Also critters crawling around that I don't want crawling on me. So, anyway, on weekends I usually cross 158. I don't on a regular basis because during the week there's too much traffic. But I like being able to do that. I wouldn't dream of trying to cross it during the week because there is just way too much traffic. I do see other people walking occasionally. I've seen a couple of runners on Ellisboro Road on the weekends when I go. The parade committee, when I served on it, one of the best things about it was being able to see all the people gather downtown. And we have a great downtown area. It's conducive to gathering people, and I just think that having a plan, sorry, to ensure that people can feel safe walking downtown would be great. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
Molly Bird.
Good evening. My name is Molly Bird. My address is 8300 Wrights Farm Lane in unincorporated Summerfield. I still live on the same farm my family has owned there for over 100 years. I'm going to read what I wrote so I can stay within my 3-minute time limit. When I was a little girl, I can remember going with my dad to the feed mill here in Stokesdale to get his corn and other grain milk for his farm animals. I can remember going with my mom to the doctor's office and then going around the corner to the drugstore for her medicine, where I had to endure the delicious smell of hot dogs on the grill and the sight of milkshakes up and down the eating counter on the way back to the pharmacy. I was pleased when I stopped in the old hardware store a while back and saw that the wood floors and high ceilings are still there. I may not have ever lived in Stokesdale, but I grew up here just the same. So when I talk about Stokesdale, it's because I love it just like all of you do. I still shop here, go to the gym here, attend church here, and do so many other things in Stokesdale. But I don't belong here. Nevertheless, as a patron of Stokesdale, I would love to see a pedestrian plan put in place using the generous monetary assistance of the Department of Transportation. I do belong to a nonprofit that is in the town of Stokesdale that promotes community development. For me, community is not just property with boundary lines owned by some and enjoyed by others. Webster's defines community as a group of people living in the same area and under the same government, having common interests and likes. So although I am just a patron of Stokesdale, I see this proposal as a small step in a bigger process that will provide the citizens and patrons of Stokesdale with the amenities they deserve. Having a pedestrian plan in place when the Department of Transportation begins work on the traffic changes already coming to Stokesdale will put the town a step ahead in having its pedestrian plan included in these DOT projects. At this point, this town council is only voting to spend up to $6,000 to get $60,000 worth of work done and paid for by the Department of Transportation. And these days, I don't think that's a bad return on anybody's investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. That's all that has signed up. I'd be willing to recognize anybody else that would like to speak.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Dalton, 8300 Zebedee Lane, Stokesdale, North Carolina, 27357. I would just like to say that I would encourage you to vote for just see what you're voting for a plan to see what we will end up doing in Stokesdale, for a grant to get. That's what it is about tonight, voting to get a grant to see what's going to take place in Stokesdale. And so I encourage you to vote for that, because I think it's a good idea to have sidewalks, bike trails, and whatever. Things are changing. Stokesdale is changing fast, whether we like it or not. And we should take advantage of the $60,000 that we could get. We can take advantage of it now or pay for it later, because I guarantee you there will be sidewalks in the town of Stokesdale. It may not be this week, it may not be next year. There will be sidewalks, bike trails, and whatever else. You'll see that in Stokesdale. That's just the way it is. So I encourage you to vote for this plan. And it's just a plan to see what we will end up doing, if I read it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you.
But thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Rick Pigram, live on Athens Road, right out here. I guess I'm gonna go against it. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, really. I have no problem with sidewalks in Stokesdale, in the downtown. I don't have a problem with crosswalks in town. What I have a problem with is with the Greenway, because I think you know as well as I do, it's gonna come right down that railroad track. And it's right in my backyard. And I do not want it in my backyard, because that means I'm gonna have people in my backyard and I'm gonna have dogs in my backyard, and I don't want it. People are gonna bring trash, they're gonna drop their trash there. That's just what people do. I'm sorry. Dogs, they're gonna come in and, well, you know what they do, and people aren't gonna pick it up. We can't even police the dogs out here at town hall. People walk around out here with their dogs off a leash, with the big signs out here that say, your dog's gotta be on a leash. I run out here on this track, so I know. So, and then who's gonna maintain it? So, that's the question. And $60,000, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You ain't gonna get much for $60,000. So, and that's about all I have.
Hey, Rick.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Ms.
by the
Peggy.
way, I was here since 1960, so.
Thank you, Rick.
One of the old guys, it's like you.
I got you by a month. 59.
My name is Brandy Hill. I live at 7824 Athens Road. I come from Cleveland, Ohio. I know what when you bring in big traffic brings. I know the trouble. I worked at these gas stations. I know the drug dealers. I know the drunks. You're bringing more people into a town. I get the safety of our kids. Believe me, I got 11 kids. I got 10 grandbabies. And I don't want a bunch of strangers around my babies. I don't want that in my backyard. I don't want that in my front yard. This world has become ugly, and for people to think it's not, you're blind. I don't want this. And I get it. I get the kids' safety, the roads, the cars. I get it. I'm from Cleveland. You think they drive bad here? No, they drive terrible in Cleveland. I don't want it. I moved my kids out here to get away from so much people, so much traffic, so much of everything. People don't care anymore. Like he said, I don't want people trashing my yard. I don't want people staring at my children and thinking ugly thoughts. I don't want that anywhere near my grandbabies. So no, I don't approve of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Hello, council. My name is Sean O'Donnell. I'm an attorney here in town. I live at 8512 Spring Birch Terrace, right here in Stokesdale. I've been here for 2 years. I came from Washington, D.C. I was assistant general counsel at the Pentagon. I know what real traffic looks like. Nothing is like D.C. Cleveland is bad, D.C. is worse. What I can tell you is the biggest problem you have here is safety, and it's kind of a common sense question right now. The safety piece is important. Just this morning, this is the third time this has happened to me in 2 weeks. I watched 3 kids next to the elementary school trying to cross the road, and it was dangerous. Let's just make a plan. That's all this is. So I support a plan. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? This is your chance. Thank you.
My name's Nicholas Southern, 7837 Athens Road. I grew up in the town. I rode on the streets in the town. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. He walked 7 miles a day on these streets. And I rode a bicycle every day beside of him when I was out of school. If you don't want to get hit by a car, look both ways. But I rode a bike on the road then. Did he watch out for me? I'm sure he was. But the one thing I'll say is, sidewalks downtown, that's what y'all want, that's fine. I'm opposed to the trail, right? You have a town park, you got Vulcan, you got Oak Ridge, you got Summerfield. You wanna walk? Get in the park. You wanna ride a bike? Get in the park. I've ridden a motorcycle for the last 20-some years. Rick, I think you've ridden a motorcycle twice as long as I have. I teach motorcycle training, right? It doesn't have anything to do with bicycles, I get it. But a motorcycle is less seen than most bicycles because most bicycles have lights on them. And not only do I teach motorcycle, I teach law enforcement motorcycle operations. So people say they don't see you. Yeah, they don't see you. If y'all want to spend $6,000 to apply for a grant, why are we going to waste that money to only get $60,000? Why aren't we getting $600,000? Right? If we're going to spend $6,000, let's get something that we're going to be able to do something with, not just pave a road here, pave a road there. There's another track right here at the schoolhouse. Have any of y'all went up there and took a look at it? I know at least one of you probably has. Is it still usable? because the principal calls me on a daily basis and says, hey, there's a car driving around that track. And if she's calling me on a daily basis saying, hey, there's cars going around this track, that's not a drivable location. People are gonna think that they can drive these cars. Less than 2 months ago, they just had a trial out of Raleigh where there was a murder of 2 kids. Right? Anybody know how that ended? Tragically. So I vote no for this. $6,000 to get 60,000 just for a grant. Who's gonna end up paying for the grant in the end? I've worked for government. I've been in public service. I got more than 50 years of service in public service, whether it be for this town or this county. So I've seen it and I know what it's about. Rick don't want the trash. I don't want the trash. I don't want my kids growing up in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Loren Germeroth, 9090 US Highway 158. I'm sorry, I just really mostly have questions. I don't know, is that possible? Am I only supposed to comment?
What have you got?
I'm just curious if a grant is the only way to go about these desires from my neighbors. Like, is there a possibility that there could be sidewalks downtown and not a greenway? Like, does a grant equal exactly what people are for or against that they've raised tonight?
Okay, I can try to touch on that. The motion before us tonight is to apply for the grant, and the grant is a study to see where there may be good places, bad places, ideal situations or not for sidewalks and bike paths. It's not intended to do a greenway or a mountains to the coast sea trail or some of these issues that we had before us several years ago. It's not about greenway. It's about local ideal situations for sidewalks or bike paths. And it is a study that would be conducted by a combination of consultant and citizens here. All of you could be, at your volunteer, could be involved in this because there's no limit to how many could be on the participation. There's a series of community meetings scheduled for that. There's specific criteria that are laid out in the process that involves town hall meetings where you would get all the citizens together to get input of who wants what and where. And so that gives you just a little bit of a better overview, I think. But I did want to make that distinction that this is a sidewalk and bicycle study. It's not for a greenway or a oceans to mountain or mountains to ocean type trail. We've been down that road. We know what the positives and the negatives are. This is for connections between various locations, neighborhoods, communities, schools, shopping centers, et cetera, with that.
So is the grant worded that way?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, folks. We certainly appreciate your participation with this. Now we can move on to discussion here with council. Who wants to go first?
I'll start out by just staying in order. I had the same question because I keep hearing Greenway, and I know that's not anywhere in the written materials. I was going to ask that question, but so I'm glad the young lady did. I'm with a lot of them. The Greenway is a totally separate issue here, and I don't really want to mingle the two. So I'm glad that's been distinctively explained. I would like to thank all the citizens that have reached out over the last couple of weeks. I can honestly say this has probably been one of the most citizen-involved projects since I've been on council, and that is, that speaks volumes to how important it is to the citizens and how important it is to everyone. We sit up here every month on Thursday night and debate 10 to 20 items a night, and probably haven't had 2 other items where we've had anywhere close to this kind of participation. So it's important to hear from the citizens. It's important to hear what they have to say. I just wanted to let them know that, and I appreciate it, and that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bixby. You ready?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have some things to say. I'm gonna listen a little bit more.
Okay. Mr. Langford?
I'm waiting for Tim. I thought we.
Okay. Mr. Jones?
Well, folks, I got some notes here. I got a lot of ground to cover, so, bear with me. First of all, I'd like to say I was born here. I've traveled these roads on tractors and bicycles and on foot, and, I doubt if there's a path I haven't been up and down in Stokesdale. I've been here 4 or 5 generations. I've lost count. I'll make it clear that I'm not against any particular sidewalk in any particular location, but what I am against is a property tax. And I'm against this project triggering a property tax. I favor small government, and I think the most important thing to me is our quality of life, our safety, and anything that detracts from that, I tend to be opposed to. I hear everybody when they say they want sidewalks to walk on and what have you. The problem is, I think the elephant in the room is the traffic. That's a fact. We have just huge traffic counts on our main roads, and I have some fears if we are not careful and we run a sidewalk up to any of these major roads, that we may get somebody killed. I know we're gonna have a pedestrian crossing and the flashy lights and all, but also throughout Guilford County, folks are running red lights. I mean, if they won't stop for a red light, they ain't gonna stop for a flashing light for a pedestrian crossing. This has been talked about for years. It's in the edge of our community. It's a sidewalk to nowhere, and I know you in the back might not be able to see this. But this, to me, is an illustration of government planning. It's at the corner of Apple Grove and Hall River Road. And so that's outside of our jurisdiction. But if we do this, I want to make sure that doesn't happen, that our money is well spent. As previously stated, our agenda package presents the mayor's point of view on this, and perhaps the other council members, I don't know, but it doesn't present my point of view, and I want to correct that. As far as the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, I doubt I'll be here. But these projects that are listed here, there are 3 of them. This is basically news to me. And if NCDOT is contemplating doing these things, I think we need to have a conversation with them about each one of these projects. One of my concerns here is that we're getting our pedestrian plan in front of solving our traffic problems. The bypass route for 158, north and south, have been eliminated off of the planning boards. In my view, the only place for that traffic to go is pretty much right down the middle of Stokesdale. That's not my expert opinion, that's my layman's opinion. And so there's currently a 4-lane being constructed from Walkertown pointed straight at us. They're currently in the process of planning for traffic circles at 158 and 65 and Ellisboro Road and 65, and then one up in Rockingham County. So, keep that in mind as we go along here if you're not already aware of that. One of the things that jumps out at me at this plan is a resident-led steering committee will guide this process and set the vision for the plan. Well, that's great, but I hope we're not leaving out the stakeholders like business owners that may not live in the town. I hope we're not leaving out property owners that may own 3 acres here or 9 acres there or wherever they may be. This cannot just be 10 people that live in a subdivision somewhere. That is not gonna work. What they will wind up doing is getting this town sued, and then that legal cost will come out of what I sometimes call my budget. And so I have that concern. I think if we don't involve all the stakeholders, we can't expect to be successful with this. And so I have put a lot of time and thought into this. I hope I've responded to everybody that's emailed me. This, to me, could easily be a vote for a property tax if we're not careful. Now, everybody that's up here that's run for office has stated that they oppose a property tax. So I hope they don't mind me talking about this for a minute. We have made it this far. In the coming years, we'll have some sales tax money for the first time in many years coming to us because of the help of our Representative John Blust. There's certainly possibilities to get grant monies here, but we have to begin with the end in mind, that being that we want to maintain a tax-free town, that we want to make this work. We just don't want to act on emotion and impulse. And so I think, you know, the mayor mentions it's going to take 8 to 12 months, I believe, whatever it was. I'm not sure it can be done in that length of time. It'd take into consideration all the variables involved. Let's see, let me check my notes here a second, guys. I have concerns. I've traveled all over the United States, not extensively, but I've walked on trails in Monterey, California, for example. Monterey, California has a terrible problem on their trail system with the homeless. I can prove this. Be glad to talk to you about it. I've spent a lot of time working in Fayetteville, have some experience with the Cape Fear River Trail there. The locals call it the Rape Trail. One of the things I'd like to point out here, I don't want a sidewalk in front of my house. I don't want one in front of my business. And the reason for that is you can't remove somebody off of a public sidewalk. You know, they can stand there all day, they can glare at you, they can make obscene gestures to your family. There's no such thing as vagrancy anymore. And I have that concern that we will develop a population circulating around on our sidewalks and on our greenway trails if they come to fruition. And I would like for everybody to consider that before this decision is made or perhaps implemented. Generally in the past in Stokesdale, I know I've been in this building in one capacity or the other for over 10 or 12 years. And usually the residents in Stokesdale, they do not like connectivity. They like to be in their cul-de-sacs, they like to be down their back streets, they like to be in their neighborhoods. They don't want to be joined with pathways through the woods and that sort of thing. And as I pointed out, we've been incorporated since 1989. But before that, it's on the town seal where we're incorporated from 1860 to 1887, I think. And so one of the things I'd like to point out to the newcomers, this town, it was laid out for the railroad. That's why we have some odd streets and some odd configurations and some things that don't make sense unless you take into account that's how the town started. And that further complicates our traffic situation and any pedestrian plan we might make. I had the thought, now this is just a thought because Greensboro's doing it. If we get into a situation and citizens in this council deem it necessary, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of some sort of shuttle bus or trolley or something of that nature as either a stopgap measure or as a solution to get people around. I'd also like to point out that if you're homebound for some reason, you have more options now than you've ever had before to get around. You have the option of an Uber ride, a Lyft ride. You can order things from Amazon and get it delivered by FedEx. While it may not be ideal, I don't think we got that many citizens that have to walk to get what they need on a weekly basis. I don't think. And so I think that's fortunate. I absolutely agree. You can't cross the road. But the question is, how can we get it to where we can safely cross the road and without jamming up the traffic? We could put in all kinds of pedestrian crossings. I have some concerns about where that traffic is going to back up to when it's just stopped for somebody crossing the road. Unless somebody has changed it in this state, a pedestrian has a right-of-way and a crosswalk. So everything stops, everything backs up while they cross the road, which that's the law and that's the way it is. But I'd just like to point out to you that our traffic flows very, very heavily during peak hours. And I think we need to be very careful how we proceed here because of those factors. I think, well, you know, I get accused of not looking ahead. October 20th, 2023, I made a motion to consider a proposal from Davenport Engineering to work as a traffic consultant for the town of Stokesdale. Council voted for this, but the interest in it from my council members has been very limited. One of the things I discovered out there in the world is when you go to most traffic engineers, they work for NCDOT, and they don't want to take any chance of taking any position that would oppose NCDOT. My position on, I don't want to spend the money either, but my position is that we may need a traffic engineer to interpret what NCDOT is doing and not doing to look out after the interest of our local traffic versus the through traffic. And I don't know, maybe this is something this pedestrian engineer can help us with. It certainly hadn't been stated, but I think we have a tremendous traffic problem. The through traffic, the traffic counts, this is just not something that we're simply going to solve with the application of a $6,000 application and $60,000 going into a plan. I'm sure we'll get a plan. It makes me nervous to have somebody here that's never been in Stokesdale, perhaps just graduated from engineering school, and might be there, wind up with being their first job. I don't know. I just have some skepticism about that. And you know, I want to also state that if anybody out there wants to talk to me one-on-one about any of this, get in touch with me, and I'll attempt to accommodate you any way I can. The community about 10 years ago rejected the A&Y Greenway plan. A petition with something like 230 signatures was submitted during a meeting in this building, and it can't be found. I think I've got a copy somewhere at home, hadn't found it yet, but the point being that we've already had a lot of contention over that very subject. There's two parts to it. You know, there's the issues with the security and the dogs and the privacy, but the other part is who pays if it's built. At that time, 10 years ago, it was $1 million a mile. The county and the state were going to pay half. We'd had to pay the other half. We're going to pay 100% of the maintenance cost from now till the end of time. And so I felt at the time that we were going to be providing a recreational outlet for Greensboro and Guilford County, and that they should bear more of the cost than that. And I still feel that way if we go back to that. There hadn't been a train through Stokesdale, I meant to look this up, but since somewhere around 1979, do the math. And we still have people trying to go through people's backyards and across their property pertaining to this project. So, folks, I appreciate you listening to me. I may have missed a point or two I was going to make, but I think that's about enough. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Derek, you waiting for the last pinball?
No, I'm not. I prepared some notes or talking points ahead of time, and I tried to jot down some concerns that were communicated that I've heard. So if I can read my handwriting here, I'll address those. Tim, you mentioned if we're not careful, a pedestrian plan would be getting ahead of the traffic problems. In the traffic projects, I believe you said, that are currently in town. I would offer that a pedestrian plan would have to be taken into account for those traffic projects. Like if the town had a pedestrian plan, then the DOT would have to take that into account. Now, I'm not saying they would have to pay for the sidewalks. I don't believe that's true, but I do believe that they would pay for 80% of it. You mentioned a steering committee full of subdivision folks. If we have a steering committee, I would hope it would be a cross-functional representation of what Stokesdale is. Certainly, we have a lot of subdivisions, but certainly we have a lot of folks that don't live in subdivisions. It takes all kind. in the town. I keep hearing trails, the A&Y, Greenway and all that. To the best of my knowledge, you're the man that's really road range here and done a lot of research, and I commend you for that. You've done a fantastic job researching this. You've communicated it adequately, or very well, I should say, with your discussion guide. So thank you for that. But just a clarification point, no trails, no greenways. This is a project for sidewalks with the DOT.
That's correct.
So there's that, and I don't know, there may not be a big distinction to some, but I think, when you're working with the DOT, I think they're gonna better take into account DOT right-of-ways than maybe the trail people would. The trail people might put a trail over the top of your house if it meant there was a vista on the other side to look at. So I don't think we're talking about trails here. We're just talking about sidewalks within the DOT right-of-way. Let's see, the last thing Tim said, and Tim came out the gate with this, and I'm glad he did. I resonate with it myself. And that is just, look, guys, I know we're talking I want to thank the folks that have communicated to council their different desires, and everybody that was for this said that this is only for planning, a pedestrian plan. This is not, for anything else. This is only spending $6,000. So I fully acknowledge that, fully capture it. At the same time, my largest concern with sidewalks is cost. They cost an absolute fortune. I thought water lines were expensive at roughly $1 million a mile. I'm afraid sidewalks are equal to that, more. I guess they could be less, but not much less. They're very expensive. So Tim touched on, how we're going to pay for those. I'd like to, maybe provide a little more content on that here in a minute. The benefits I see of a plan, this has been touched on tonight, is that it makes us eligible for state and federal grants. State and federal grants don't happen without the pedestrian plan. They just simply don't happen. Part of, certainly I'm committed to the zero property tax. Also committed to, maximizing what our citizens can get in return in state and federal grants. That means something too. So there is that component of it that is enticing. I think a pedestrian plan would prevent piecemeal projects, projects that drain local funds. Tim, you showed a great example up on Hall River Road of the sidewalk that leads to nowhere. Just what an incredible waste of money. I don't envision a pedestrian plan having a sidewalk that leads to nowhere. It would not do it. What I think it would do is improve budgeting and capital planning from our perspective. And I think it'll help us prioritize realistic cost estimates and even phasing at that. The money is not there to put sidewalks all over Stokesdale. It is not there, and it won't be there. There are parts in this town where, it probably makes good sense to have sidewalks. And there are parts that it doesn't. I guess I'm gonna speak my love language here, and that's spreadsheets. So I'm gonna pass out, and I'm not gonna belabor the point. I'm just gonna share with my colleagues, some numbers, because I am concerned about the cost of sidewalks. And I can't consciously vote on a $6,000 plan if I don't see a way to execute that plan. I'd love to have a big old nice mountain house, but I can't afford it, but maybe I could afford the plan, but I'm not gonna buy a plan if I can't afford it. So, yeah, I wanted to really reflect, you know, on this document. Does everybody have one? This is just something I prepared. It says on the top, this is not an official Town of Stokesdale endorsed document by the governing body. This is a FOI document for discussion purposes only. On the left-hand side, you know, you have a very rough draft of what our budget is gonna be next year. Next year's gonna be a tough year for us. It's gonna be a tight budget, you know. Of course, it'll have a rate neutral and revenue neutral tax rate, so that's good. You know, there won't be a property tax, but, you know, things are getting more expensive and money's tight. Tim, you mentioned, the good work that, Representative Blust, you know, Branson, Senator Berger have helped us out on getting some of this sales tax money starting in 2027 that has been confiscated from Stokesdale citizens for 22 years. That's impactful. You know, that's great work. It really is. So, you know, when I think about this, I thought about, you know, kind of a 5-year financial plan. What does it look like, in my opinion? Only my opinion. So you can kind of see the figures, how I've, you know, forecasted out revenue. Our largest source of revenue today, state collected revenues at $294,000. I'm not forecasting that to increase. It's been relatively flat since I've been around, and don't see it changing. So just forecasting that to be flat. And you can see other items that come into effect here. And then, of course, in 2027, 28 fiscal year, which is July 1st, 2027, the town would start getting monthly installments of, you know, our sales tax revenue after all these years. Anticipating that being $390,000 on an annual basis, that's a big, that would be our largest revenue source. Still no property tax for the citizens or anybody. And then kind of forecasted that out. I did the same with expenses, you know, projecting that expenses grow between, you know, 2.5% annually on categories such as general administrative, payroll, and economic and physical development. You know, projecting 7% growth in professional services such as legal and audit services every year. So I'm trying to capture what I think is reasonable. And I want to just really reinforce this is just my opinion and where I'm coming from. I've also put in there, you know, just one-time new expense, a plug, if you will, for new expenses starting in 2027. I don't know what those new expenses would be for. I don't really have anything in mind. So it could be for anything, but it's for $125,000 each year to pay for blank, a new fence around the soccer fields out there. You fill in the blank. I just plugged in the number. And then I also, because it's important to protect our fund balance, we're at about $3.2 million today. You know, even with the crazy inflation and everything, we've managed to grow that fund balance, you know, over the last few years. So proud of that. So the contingency appropriations, I'm just saying, which allowed by statute, 5% of that. So, you know, we can have potentially growth in our fund balance still. When it's all said and done in the 5-year plan, there is a significant surplus. So what that tells me is that in our budgeting process, not our budgeting process for next year's money too tight, but our budgeting process going forward, we need to be thinking about funding a capital improvement plan for whatever that may be. It may be sidewalks, you know, or it may not be. But you know, we need to show that in our budget and being thinking of things like that. If the, you know, so the grants that are available, I think Ms. Niesel mentioned the Safe Schools grant. That one is at 100%. And, you know, whether we'd be eligible for that, I don't know, and nobody would without a pedestrian plan. There's also grants federal through the Transportation Alternatives Program. Now, those come in at a 20% local participation. So do the math, and you know, there's not a significant amount of sidewalks we could afford, but through proper planning and budgeting, if that's the desire of council, you know, you can have it in a very vague capital improvement plan and then update your CIP as information becomes more clear and concrete. So I definitely took a look at it from the financial side. And I think on both sides, you know, the folks that have spoke tonight, you know, did an extraordinary job, and, you know, made some great points and all that. So I think that's all I have.
Mr. Foy?
Yes, sir.
Let me interrupt the rest of them here. I think this is excellent. I appreciate the color coding. You made it simple so even I could understand it, and I appreciate
Tim,
what you do from time to
Can I
time.
interrupt you 1 second, Tim?
Sure.
When I printed this out, the font was too small. I said, the first thing, if I don't increase this font size, Tim is gonna have a stroke up here. So I increased this font size for you, brother.
Well, and I thank you for that. I'm old. The point I was going to make, I did the math today. We basically have $3,265,621 in the general fund. If you divide it by the population that AI gave me today, which was 6,208 folks, we have $526.03 in the bank for everyone that's a citizen of Stokesdale. So I think we're doing a lot better than other government units, but yet at the same time, we do not have gobs of money in the bank, is the point I was trying to make, so.
I agree with that, sir. And my intent is to do what we've done, you know, what many councils before me, you know, us have done is to continue to grow that fund balance and reinvest in our community and staff the best we can.
I would like to ask one clarifying question and more of a statement. So we're not guaranteed after this vote tonight that we're going to spend $6,000. We're simply applying for a grant for free. If we're selected for the grant, then we have to apply the $6,000, correct?
That's correct.
So tonight's action does not guarantee a $6,000 expenditure.
No,
Okay.
no, it does not.
We have to be selected.
Right, thank you.
Have to be chosen. And it's a pretty in-detail application process with why do we need the money, et cetera, et cetera. Wanted to just touch on a couple of things that, Mr. Langford, please forgive me. Did you want to go before me or?
Hey, I'll keep going, man.
Okay.
Jimmy wanted the catbird seat.
I just
he-
soon crawl up under this desk right now.
But I did want to address a couple of topics that have come up, that a traffic study is incorporated in the consultant and in the study process of this. I don't know for a fact who chooses the committee members. I would assume that it would be on a volunteer basis, selection process, probably by council or an appointment kind of thing. But it is important, just as Mr. Jones said, that we get a cross-section of people. People that have been here a long period of time, people have been here a short period of time, business owners, all the shareholders, if you will, stakeholders, are important to be involved in that steering committee. And with the process, with the meetings and the town halls, et cetera, I would think that a lot of the issues that you folks have brought up tonight would be discussed in greater detail and decisions made based on those parameters that get established with that. But part of that process is determining, they do a study on demographics, they do studies on crash tests, on injuries, on traffic flows, frequencies, et cetera, et cetera. And a part of the reason that I think this is important for us is to improve those areas. Now, granted, this planning process is just the beginning if we are selected based on our application process. And then you go through the planning process. Actual implementation of those plans is a whole nother ballgame. That would be a separate submission to council with plans. It would include funding. Again, as Mr. Foy and Ms. Niesel brought up, there's dozens of projects out there, grants, funding, federal and state, that can be applied for. A lot of those go anywhere from 50% to up to 100%, like Ms. Neese indicated and Mr. Foy referenced as well. So this is a plan for the future. It's not intended to be, or do I understand it to be, that we make a plan and in a month we start putting sidewalks in. That's not it. It's more of, okay, let's get a plan in place. As a matter of fact, part of the literature that the DOT provided states that back in 2019, the DOT updated the complete streets policy to require planners and designers to consider and incorporate multimodal facilities in the design and improvement of all appropriate transportation projects in North Carolina. This policy update means that when a roadway project is being developed, planned intermodal recommendations for the corridor must be considered for inclusion. The jurisdiction's adopted comprehensive transportation plan is considered the primary intermodal plan, but locally adopted plans like multimodal network plans and bicycle and pedestrian plans are also considered. Localities with existing multimodal plans have an advantage in coordinating complete streets improvements on roadway projects because they have already identified what types of intermodal facilities or accommodations they would like and which locations. So that's an advantage for us. And as Mr. Foy mentioned as well, without a plan, you can't get to the funding. So certainly, budgeting process is a consideration for us. I think the timing for this study is good because the way our area is growing here at the rate of about 4 or 5% a year, you know, the fees are associated with the size of the population. And, you know, with under 10,000 people, it's a $60,000 cap on the consultant fees. So we only do 10% of that. In a couple of years, we'll be above that, and it'll still be a budgetary consideration with that. But I think the timing is good. I think it's good because it would coordinate with the future land use study that we're beginning here in the next week or so. So I think it's a good move for us at that point. But again, you know, ever since I've been in this chair for the last 3 or 4 months, I've been very appreciative and I've encouraged people to come and participate. And I'm glad to see that tonight that you folks are here, and we very, very much appreciate your input. I do apologize for the confusion and how to work it all out, and that's on me. So I apologize for that. I hope you've had your say. I hope you've gotten information. I hope you shared information. We certainly appreciate everything that you've done for us. Mr. Landreth?
Well, is this the only year they do this?
No, they do it every year.
Okay. Well, guys, y'all think we've been bouncing around like a pinball. It's getting ready to get worse. First, I guess I want to thank everybody. We had a lot of emails, and I read every one of them probably 3 or 4 times. Had some phone calls. It's funny, the people for it wrote the emails. The people who were against it talked to me in person or made a phone call. Well, did I say that right? The emails were the emails. Yeah, I've lived in this town a long time, same plot of land. I keep hearing about the $6,000 and not much money. I don't know if everybody on council remembers when we did the basketball court, which was a project that it was just, you know, I wanted to see that basketball court. And we were lucky enough to use ARPA money for that. But if you remember, I apologized to our grandkids and probably our kids because of the way that money it was printed out of nowhere, and basically caused inflation, the inflation we got now. And I'm still glad we got it. And the reason that I was, for spending that money was because it was gonna go somewhere else, and it would be spent. So I guess we have a similar situation here. That's tax money. It's not $6,000. It's all our money. We pay the taxes in, so I hear this thing free all the time. It's sitting a free chicken dinner. 6,000 out of our budget here, but it's still tax money. Now, will it be spent somewhere else? Yes. And we're pretty good about going after money that's going to be spent. But we still got to think about, we got almost a $40 trillion deficit in the country. I think we do have a surplus in the state right now, from what I've seen, but it's still tax money. I made a few notes. I did this, my wife can tell you, I've been up all hours of the night thinking about this. I've tried to think about it both ways. It was amazing. I had emails. I'd be up at 5:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, get an email. And I actually wanted to speak about Robbie the other morning. I was up around, I guess it's about 4:30. I get an email from Robbie. He just finished up the packets. And I thought, man, is he not the only crazy one around,
It wasn't on Friday, I can assure you.
Well, I'm just telling you, I don't even remember what day it was. I'm sure if it wasn't at the meeting, I wouldn't even know what the day is. I mean, I've bounced this. I don't ever want to sound like, as far as people coming in the community, I'm glad for anybody to come in the community. We've got some nice developments. I have, when I was on the planning board, I brokered a deal with a guy that was doing one of the developments, and the development next to him didn't want a connection there, because they ride their bikes and they walk and everything. And well, when it got to council, they changed it back. The guy was going to do it that way. He was going to do a connection, and then they changed it back. And it was said it was because of the water line, which that was bull. It could have been done. Those people could have had their community. The other people could have their community. And the people in this one community, from what I understand, everybody I talked to, they wanted it that way. They did not want a connection where they were going through one road to another. I think that's one of the great things about our communities. With some of the places got houses close together, some are not, but we got a lot of open space. The way it's been done, I think it's great. I wouldn't want to live somewhere like you go over to Greensboro and you just go street after street and it's house after house, and you never know who's going through your neighborhood. That's one benefit to not having connectivity. You guys in your neighborhood, y'all know who your neighbors are. You know when somebody strange is coming into your neighborhood. You know it. Long way to go. I looked up some of the safety benefits. Sidewalks reduce the risk of accidents by separating pedestrians from traffic. Accessibility, they make it easier for children, seniors, and people with strollers, wheelchairs to get around. Community connectivity. And that's, maybe that's the deal. Some people probably want that, and some people don't want that. You don't know. I know that one community, they didn't want to be connected. They didn't want people riding from one road to the other doing a cut through to save a minute. I know we had development back here that we've only got one way in and out, and they wanted a road going out to 68, but really nobody wanted traffic coming off 68, bypassing everything and going through their communities. It's safer now for your kids to ride bicycles and things in your communities. Now, it's not safe to get on 68. I don't think if you put a bike lane out there, I think you'd be crazy. I see people that ride, and I think, crazy. Now, I'll go out there sometimes at night. My wife probably don't know it, but I ride my bicycle, and I'll ride out on 68 with no traffic. I'll ride up toward Prince Edward Road and turn around and come back. So, and that's pretty crazy. But that's just a dangerous place. It's dangerous. Okay, sidewalks encourage walking, helping neighbors connect, fostering a sense of community. Health and recreation, walkable areas promote exercise and outdoor activity. Property value, Sidewalks can increase the attractiveness and value in nearby homes. Well, everybody's talking about their property value now, they're complaining about it. Yeah, it wouldn't, I wouldn't consider paying more for something that had a sidewalk. 'Cause I wouldn't want one. Local economy, pedestrian-friendly areas can boost foot traffic to local businesses. Well, there again, yeah, I've got a wife that works downtown in Stokesdale. And, it has problems with people pulling in there, parking, and leaving. They don't have much parking now. So if you have sidewalks downtown, people are gonna park in some of these places like that, and then they're gonna get on the sidewalks, they're gonna walk places. Unless we're gonna build a public parking lot. And I don't know where we would build it, but that's, you wanna put it to church, I know you could put, I guess you could, but I'm just saying. Yeah, well, hey, that'd be great. I'd like to do that too. Y'all should have kept that property and you could have made you a nice one and put it in, $10 a day or something. But they leave and then there's no parking. They have handicapped people, a lot of older folks that try to get in there and they can't get a parking place. Have to get somebody to, get them and pull around back. It happens all the time. And I mean, that's a negative to it. Stokesdale is, the gun shop. I mean, they almost have fights up there over parking. So people come park and they decide to go down to Sadie's or somebody's. You got an issue there. And I like sidewalks, I like trails. Here's the negatives: cost. Installing and maintaining sidewalks can increase local taxes, require reallocation of funds. We probably can get some grants. But you gotta fix the sidewalks sooner or later. Roots grow in them. Things happen. Property impact. This is my big one. This is the biggest one for me. Property impact. Sidewalks may encroach on private yards or require easements. You're gonna put sidewalks in people's property that have enjoyed their property. It's their property. They paid for it. They paid taxes. For other people to walk in. Now, I tell you, most of the people probably in here, might be a few that I wouldn't want walking by, but most of you, I guess, probably wouldn't bother me. But our grandchildren play outside, shoot basketball right near the road, trampoline. They're instructed when somebody comes in that road, pulls in that driveway, they don't go say, hey, or anything. You get in the house. And that's because of the way people are nowadays. Most people are fine, but there's some out there that are not. You're bringing them through your yard. I don't want them through my yard. I don't want a sidewalk. If you take the businesses that have not put been up to the curb and guttering and all they do now, it's like ours. If you put a sidewalk across us, I mean, we have to completely readjust and go back into the back. Now, I guess you could go on the other side of the road, but that's where the gas lines run, and that's where the water lines run. There's expenses there. 68's a terrible place. We had a wreck the other day. I say the other day, it's probably been a couple of weeks now, that somebody ran off. If there'd been a sidewalk there, they went right off over the old Simpson farm. Y'all probably wouldn't know what that is, but off and rolled a couple times. Somebody had been on the sidewalk right there, and we had that stuff happen quite a bit. Rural character. Some residents prefer to keep a small town or country feel without urban-style infrastructure. I don't feel like there's anything rural. I mean, I know that, there's places, I don't feel like it's rural when people that just had their yards and had nobody in them. Now they're gonna have people walking in it. I could tell, I said something the other day when T brought this up about two separate instances in Greensboro where they had put sidewalks in years ago. And the folks, they ended up with drug dealers hanging out in their front yard. The police would come, they'd walk off. And these old folks are dead now. And, but they had 20 years of their life that was just miserable. They'd call and, they couldn't afford to, move. Well, one set actually did end up moving, but the rest, died. So you're gonna have to have more police. If you got sidewalks, you're gonna have more. You're talking about having police. You're gonna need streetlights. It's not just sidewalks. You're gonna need streetlights. So there's more cost. Of course, if you got low foot traffic, your sidewalks really not necessary. You may be building them for nothing. Maintenance and liability. Who's gonna be liable for these things? I found a thing there's an attorney up in New York, and I mean, that's what he does. He figures out who to sue when somebody falls down. You sue the city, or do you sue the homeowner? And the homeowner can be responsible. Who's gonna shovel the snow? A lot of these places have ordinances now. I know we control it right now, and we wouldn't do it. We wouldn't put an ordinance out there that you had to shovel snow. But there's places they'll fine you. They fine old grandmas and stuff for not shoveling the snow. They're responsible for shoveling the snow. Who's responsible for the upkeep? You're putting somebody as a servant to do that, if you do that. Now, hey, there's great places it's got this. If I were to move, I would move to where there wasn't any sidewalks. I mean, that's what I would do if that's what I liked. And if I liked sidewalks, I'd have moved there. And I'm not saying anything about anybody coming in. Great people in this town. Great people have moved in. I don't know anybody. I mean, we've got better people than, I don't say that we've ever had, but we've got some good people in town that's come in. It's been, fine. Who's going to be responsible for fixing cracks and things? There's places that do that. The town can decide to do that. The town can decide to assess you. In North Carolina, there's a statute. Let's say you got 5 people on your street, and we decide we want sidewalks. Y'all want sidewalks. Well, 3 want it and 2 don't. And they've got more, or it don't even have to be that. It could be the frontage. You could be assessed 50%. You can be assessed 50% for that. And I think they give you 10 years to pay for it or something like that. But, that'd be devastating to a lot of folks that live around here. I know it's a lot of folks around here that's moved in that's, real affluent, and that's great. I don't want your money. I don't want to tax you. We've got a town that has run with a good budget for years. We're unlike other towns. I know they say we have no plan. We don't have no pedestrian plan. We're the only town that don't have a pedestrian plan. Well, we're the only town around that don't have a tax too. And it's kind of hard to do everything. We're a small town, and things may change. The council will change. I figure I won't ever be able to get elected again, and that's fine. I probably won't run, but that's beside the point. There may be people come up here and do that, but I'll tell you, if you do that to people, you put stuff across people's property, you're taking from them. Now, yeah, you can give them $500 or $600. We're doing a water line, and I'll tell you, I might not have even done this voted for this water line. I couldn't have stopped it. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe if I had realized that we were about to have to eminent domain somebody's property, and this guy didn't even live here, but you can ask these guys. It upset me terribly that we were probably going to have to eminent domain just one person to get this line finished. It bothered me because I put property rights above safety personally myself. I think this country has not done that. I just do. I put property rights above safety. But we were about to have to do that. We were looking for ways around it, and we were trying to find it. We found out the ways around it was going to be worse on other people. So it looked like we were going to have to pull the trigger on it. Well, we ended up making a deal, and we got it done. So we got this water line in. But I'll tell you, if I realized, and it's another couple of cases that were possible, if I realized that we didn't have it to do, I probably would have said no. I don't like taking people's stuff, and changing their lives. And I don't care if it's 100 people that, that want to use this. It's just, for walking or bicycle, I couldn't do it. I can't sit here, might as well get rid of me now. I can't sit here and say that we're gonna go through Kathy Gaulden's yard up there with a sidewalk. I'm sure she wants one. She may, but I can't do it. If she don't want it, I could not do it. Now, if you want a sidewalk, hey, I'm fine with it. I say try to get a government funding or whatever, but I could never do it. I just couldn't do it. And I know a lot of people want that, and like I say, these were great emails. I mean, when I got one from Mahalia McGee was my Cub Scout leader, first Cub Scout leader, and I think the world of her. And Robin Simpson, I've known her most of my life, and think the world of her. And that really shook me up when I got those emails. And Kathy Bunhall, she sent a nice email in, and I know she walks because I've run by her, before. I know she walks, and it was a great email. I mean, it was. I had some emails that touched my heart. I had a few that said, this is a no-brainer. I wish this was a no-brainer. I wish it was a no-brainer. I could just, I floated back and forth. You asked my wife, I said, I think I'm going to vote for this thing. Then I say, no, I don't think I can. I just can't. And so here I am. I'm like a pinball. But I see the benefits of it, but I just can't do it. And I know it's a good value if that's the road we went down. I truly believe if we get in the sidewalk business, we will end up with a property tax, because you've got to fix them. You got to fix them, or either you're going to assess people, and you're going to assess people that are on, the folks that's up and down the roads. Most of them are on limited incomes. They've got less income than a lot of folks that's moved in. And there again, I'm great. I could be one of these guys that wants all the rich people's money. I don't want your money. I don't want to spend your money. I don't want to, but I also don't want to step on people and put them in a position. And another council may do that, one day, but it won't be with my vote. So I'm sorry to the folks that sent you emails. I truly am. And I know I know every one of you coming from a good place. I know. And I think they probably pass anyway, regardless, but I can't be part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Landreth. Ready for a question? Anybody else have anything? We've got a motion.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a point here because, you wouldn't necessarily know this. I've come from a construction background and what have you, but when you think about a sidewalk, I guess a lot of folks tend to think about the sidewalk in their front yard or around to their backyard. When we're speaking about municipal sidewalks, we have got to take care of all kinds of engineering. You got to have an encroachment agreement if you get over on the state. You have to have necessary easements to be on people's property. If they won't give them to you, you got to take them. Somebody told me the folks in Summerfield were costing $10,000 per case that are in eminent domain issues with the town of Summerfield. They just voted to use eminent domain against 15 property owners, I believe. I got copies of the documents up here if anybody wants to see them. And so you get into these things with municipal sidewalks that don't apply elsewhere. You get into conflicts with utilities. You get heavier traffic on them where you might have a heavy truck pull over and break the sidewalk. From time to time, you're going to have to cut that sidewalk up and go down in there to repair a water main or a service line. I've had some people call me to task for using $1 million a mile. I'm not sure exactly where that number's gonna be, because we don't have an estimate. It's all over the place, but I spoke to one Oak Ridge council member, and they said at least $500,000 a mile is what they're spending. I spoke to another one that said allow $1 million a mile. We're talking about a lot of money. And so, these things, once we put one sidewalk in, we maintain it from now to the end of time, just like our water system. Just like Mr. Landers pointed out, if we have any differential settlement, somebody trips, we're responsible. The bigger question is whether or not the property owner is going to have to bear some of that responsibility. I've heard of those cases where trails and sidewalks have crossed private property and somebody's gotten injured, and the private property owner's been sued when they didn't even want the sidewalk or the trail there in the first place. And so it is $6,000 in. I'm concerned it'll be $6 million when it comes out the other side. If we can figure out a way to get grants, our contribution is very minimal. That will be what I will be advocating that we do. But we have to have that mindset that we're gonna conserve before we go down this path. And, we're big stuff right here in Stokesdale with our town hall, our park. But hey, we the tiniest town around. We're this little kid on the block. And sometimes we don't get a whole lot of respect from Guilford County, the state. It's just something that we will always be a tiny town compared to everybody else around us, and that's just the way it is, where our resources are limited. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else? We'll call for a question. We've got a motion and a second. Let's go back to the motion. Maybe I wasn't very plain in it before.
Well, it's from 2 hours ago, so.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Good change.
Okay, but I think we've had some good conversation, so I wanted to get that out. Okay, so I would move that council would authorize town staff to complete and submit the North Carolina Department of Transportation application for the 2026 Multimodal Planning Grant Program on or before the April 13, 2026 deadline, and further authorize myself to sign all documents and the final application on behalf of the town of Stokesdale.
I'll second it again.
All right, very good. Okay, we're ready for the vote. I'll start with you, Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
No.
Mr. Jones?
I'm nay.
I am aye.
Can we take a break?
Yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
We'll
sir.
take about 5 minutes.
I was just going to do
Please.
that. Great minds think alike. So we will take about a 5-minute break here. And thank you, folks.
Still got about 17 agenda items here, so.
Yes, so let's take a break and get back.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Marathon session.
Young Foy,
Yes, sir.
you ain't busy, get a picture of the crowd with your good phone. It's so rare we get this many people.
Sure, I will. I like that shirt, Nikki.
Oh, boy.
Huh? Well,
Right here.
not intentionally of
Trails?
anybody, just
Bike paths and
everybody.
trails.
But you are in it. Do I have your permission to use it against you? Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Ed, appreciate it.
Hold on.
Actually, I hope you understand where I'm
Don't worry about the mule going blind.
because ain't no right or wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Of course I am.
And if you can,
What did you
ask
say?
Karen.
Well, hopefully it all come out good and
Have one,
washed.
take it home, brother.
Well, now we'll get to the step of actually, you know, now the good thing will come out of this will be, you know, we'll start doing surveys, do surveys. And that's where I'll really be, we're at that step. I didn't want to let the cat out the door, out of the barn, but we're at that step now we can see. You know, and you know, who knows? Who knows? All right.
No. No. I'm still fired.
So I'm not counting Rockingham.
Well, it's the exact overlay of the town. Exact. So the same square miles. Maybe even more because they cover.
Hey, young fella, tried to call you the other day, saw you going into church with Aunt Ann, I was gonna say, you cut it off at the pass, y'all are fast.
I'm not talking linear miles.
Getting in the door, you had the door locked. Oh, really? I hadn't seen her in a while. I was gonna say hello to her. I'll catch her at home.
Yeah, we keep it locked up, you know.
Probably got to these days.
I had,
Well, we talked about that.
somebody called the sheriff's department and said, "There's a truck over there at the church."
When you cross the highway. Yeah, well, I do the same thing. I always think of when. And I look up there, and I still think it's the prettiest church at night with the lights and all right there. Yeah, I really do.
Just say it if you do.
Yeah, I tell you what, this, move around. It is one
Absolutely you can. All right, well, Gerald used to work on them lights up there. Let me know and I'll hold the ladders while you climb up there if you need further work.
And look,
This is just, this ain't the gospel, by this point. So it's just, I think it's reasonable, and I think it's right here. Good to see you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Do you remember Diane Jones? Her son-in-law.
Her son-in-law.
Do you remember April Pickering? Yeah. That's his wife.
Okay.
Oh, you know everybody.
Everybody's grown up.
Hey, you know how it is, it's balancing that. Hey, who are you coaching, your daughter?
yeah, this,
What age now?
I would, not opposed to an electric car.
That looks like a Tennessee Volunteer
Just
shirt.
ended my career.
Is that the thought?
Just ended my career up here.
Yeah.
You got a long time to go though.
Oh, we can get a Tar Heel shirt. I remember you were Tar
Got
Heel
a lot
shirt.
to do. Okay, let's take our seats. Let's go ahead and take our seats. Is Ms. Decker? Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, maybe it was Camry too, I looked at. It was about 50 miles.
All right, so that's the end of the first quarter?
I would, before I would do the full, just the balance, you know.
And we've only had 12 players ejected.
Right.
What are we on?
We are on number 11. Now, we're finally into the new business. And I'll just officially go ahead and reconvene here at 9:44 PM. Still April the 9th, 2026. Okay, we're on to the new business now. Item number 11, consideration of responses to the request for proposals for independent auditing services for the town of Stokesdale. Mr. Wagner, I think you have a number of envelopes over there.
Yes, that's right. Let me get my notes right here. Yep, so back on March the 12th, our last regular meeting, you all approved a RFP that Ms. Thacker and I had drafted to be submitted and advertised. And whenever it was time for it, we put it on the website, Facebook, the listserv, lobby, and Kim sent it to a total of 74 firms. And
74 firms received it.
Yep, that's correct. And so, of those, we have gotten 4 responses, and they're ready, they're here, they're sealed. There's one that you all need to kind of make a decision on. So the RFP has instructed the responses to be delivered to the town of one of 3 methods, either by hand delivery to the town hall, by mailing via the USPS Postal Service, or by shipment of a private carrier. 3 of those arrived that way. 1 arrived via email. So just wanted to let you guys know that. The only people that have seen that email are myself and Ms. Thacker and the person that responded to it. So I don't even know what the amount is, but it's there, yeah. But just want to let you guys know that. And essentially give you all the option to determine if you want to accept that one or not before we open them, so.
So the question at hand is whether to accept the one by email, but the instructions were clearly not to email it?
Well, it doesn't say do not email this. It says delivery methods are in-person, mailing, private shipment.
That was not an option.
Yeah, and sealing. Yeah, email just wasn't an option, and it's pretty hard to seal an email, so, whereas these are physically sealed.
The instructions did say they had to be sealed, so.
And did we provide the instructions to seal it, or?
It's in the
Okay.
RFP, that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
well, it's standard language in most RFPs. A lot of things you know, require sealed bids, so.
No doubt, no doubt. I didn't know a $15,000 audit would, but with that being said, let's just stick with the ones that follow directions.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So my goal here was, and I spoke to some of you about this, maybe I'll.
Well, I guess we need to make sure that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
pleasure of the board, so.
Oh, yeah, correct, yeah.
Is there a, I guess, motion to only count the 3 that were submitted properly? And I guess the board needs to make that decision formally, if that's the pleasure of the board.
So, you know, I'll move to not, or to exclude that submittal based on the fact that the board approved an RFP that specifically said to the delivery methods.
I'll second the motion.
Aye.
Ms. Foy,
Aye.
Mr. Landrith,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and I'm aye also. So we will look at the 3.
That's correct. So I will go ahead and unseal these other 3, and what Ms. Thacker and I have discussed is essentially we will open these, we'll read them into the record of who they are and how much they are, and it's up to you all if you want to make a decision tonight, or we do have a special called meeting coming up in a week. Ms. Thacker and I can put together a bid tabulation, we can do a reference check, and bring more information to you next week if you'd like. So completely your call. So, I'll go ahead and open these 3. So we'll just get them in order that we received them. There's a list in everybody's packet of the names and the date received, method of receipt, and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna go down that list, that order.
So everybody you sent it to is qualified?
Yeah. So fun fact about that, North Carolina State Treasurer's Office used to publish a list. Mr. Jones informed us of this, and that's true, but they stopped on December the 18th of 2025. So I submitted a public records request to the State Treasurer's Office for the list as of December 17th, 2025. And they sent me the list.
That works.
So-
What are we gonna do next year?
Hope that these people don't retire.
Okay.
It was 17 pages, and I sent it to everyone on that, every email that we had. 74 of them.
That's all you got back? It must be busy.
got
Yep, that's it.
Some of them were kind enough, yeah.
We did receive some that, I received several, I actually spoke with, the ones who did send in, I kind of did a little small interview with them because they requested. And also, I received emails from several of them who politely declined, and for certain reasons, and some of them were just not, wanting to do local government audits anymore. Some did not have the staff to do it, and they were very overwhelmed. So, so that, I thought it hurt my feelings to know that it was sent out to 74 and we received 4. But,
Let's hear them.
all right.
All right, so the first one. All right, so the first one that we received, this was received on April the 1st at 3:20 p.m. via UPS shipment to the town hall. The company name is Belinda Johnson CPA. Their location is Charlotte, North Carolina. And let's see, this is the technical side. I think that's from section 1. So the call sheet. Yeah, just the cost. Here's the cost estimate. So Section 1 was more about the qualifications, Section 2 is the
She
cost.
put them over there, okay.
Two separate ones.
Okey-dokey. All right.
Cameron, are you familiar with any of these?
No, I had a great conversation with one, and I think Robbie did as well. We had a conversation with one who was very knowledgeable in a lot of different areas. So this cost is from Belinda Johnson CPA, and it's got personnel cost. She's got, yeah, the total for this one, for the total amounts for fiscal year 2028. Does she not have 27 on here? Oh, yeah, there they are, okay. I'm sorry. For 2026, fiscal year 2026, 27, and 28 are all the same amount of $15,220.
$15,220.
That's correct, and it's for all 3 fiscal years.
What did we pay last year, do you remember?
13.
Yes, it's in the budget.
That's okay, you don't have,
Okay,
you don't,
I'll
I
let-
thought you might know off the
I'll
top
let
of
you
your-
know.
It really probably won't even matter.
So, all right, so if you'll see, the next one on the list is the one that was emailed. That one.
Yep.
All right, next is, we received this on April the 6th at 12:30 PM. Just as a reminder, the deadline was April the 6th at 4:30. This was via USPS to the town's post office box from Carter PC from Greenville, South Carolina.
Nice local kid.
Call system, I think it was up in the back half.
This way.
Picture that one.
I'm glad this isn't the Emmy Awards.
Do what?
I'm glad this isn't the Emmy Awards.
Oh, I know, tell me about it. I feel like it's Christmas morning. Total audit fee each year. Is it the same each year? Total.
Specifically, it just says total audit cost. Okay, I don't see, specific year on this one, we just see the total audit cost, so we would include this one maybe a little bit more. This total cost is $20,350.
Per year?
That just says total.
He just had, this one just,
Says for that 1 year, maybe this isn't.
let's see if we see another one.
This may be just another company, that's the same, exact same thing.
Is it? This, they do not specify
Which year?
which year or how many years or, I'm sorry, I keep saying he, but I think it's a she.
5% increase annually,
Okay, where'd you see that at?
right here.
Okay, so there's a 5% increase annually. Okay, there it is. That one's 20,003.
And this is the firm out of South Carolina?
Yes.
This one is from,
That's correct.
yes,
Okay.
At least that's what's on their return
right, and that
address.
could be their main
Yeah, they
corporate
may-
office.
They may have a local office.
Like, there's some that have, there were some that I
Sure.
spoke with that had them spread
Branches.
out.
All over.
Yeah, all over.
I think that's,
So
that's gonna be.
20,350 with a 5% increase each year.
All right. And then this is the last one. This was received on April the 6th at 3:00 PM. It was hand-delivered here at the town hall. This is for Anderson, Smith, and White PLLC out of Elon, North Carolina. Let's open the second section.
That was easier.
I went a little deeper.
Yeah.
This one is for fiscal year 2026 is $15,000. 2027 is $15,250. 2028 is $15,500.
Good.
And
that-
they again are from Elon, North Carolina, and this was hand-delivered.
That is correct, yeah, this is the only one that received hand-delivered, and they're from, that's where this office is. I think this company has offices all over, but the person that brought this quote in said that they would work on this out of the Elon office.
So is this something we would vote on at a later date?
Yeah.
That's what you were.
Yeah, it's completely up to you all. If you were ready to make a decision tonight, by all means, if not, yeah. we can
My
put-
preference would be to have an opportunity to Google these folks, read any, kind of check them out best I could.
Be glad to, and I'll tell you, the RFP required references. So section 1, which we kind of didn't open, we've just opened section 2, the cost, should have references laid out that we can call. So, and you all can call, we can all call. So if it's up to you all, we can certainly push the approval of this to another meeting.
I would like to request that we have it on the agenda for the special called meeting next Thursday.
Okay.
Do we need to make that in the form of a motion, Chuck?
I think we're fine. It just needs to be on the printed agenda. It goes up 2 days ahead of time.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, then you guys will put together some information and we'll get together and do some reference checks and we'll be prepared to make a decision next week.
Thank y'all for y'all's attention or detail.
Okay. Item number 12 on the agenda, consideration of a request to temporarily close a portion of Stokesdale Street for a special event hosted by Stokesdale Christian Church.
Okay.
What do you want me to do?
We have been doing this, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll make that motion for the town to endorse the closing of Stokesdale Street, 8624 Stokesdale Street, for the event to occur, sponsored by Stokesdale Christian Church, the event to occur Saturday, April 25th, 2020, a.m. to 2 p.m. And the event is their annual car show.
Second?
Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landris?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I'm aye.
And I am also aye. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, item number 13 is being continued. Number 14, consideration of resolution R 2026-02. It's a resolution adopting the Guilford County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. Mr. Wagner, can you help us out with this?
Absolutely. I'll be glad to speak on this, so, let's make sure I get to the right. So back on March the 10th, which was 2 days before our last meetings, that's why I didn't bring it before you then. I figured you wanted a bit more time. Ms. Hughes over at the Emergency Management Office of the county reached out wanting to know if the town is willing to consider Guilford County's hazard mitigation plan. She goes on to explain that Chapter 160D of this delegates local governments the responsibility to adopt such a plan. And so Guilford County has prepared one, and my understanding is it's been approved by all of the municipalities in Guilford County when I spoke with her on March the 10th, except for us in Jamestown.
Okay.
Those were the only two at the time that hadn't responded. The plan is not in your packet, but there's a link to it online. It's 689 pages, so feel free to take a look. But essentially what's before you is a resolution. This resolution was sent to me by the Emergency Services Office at Guilford County, and it essentially says that you will adopt their most recent hazard mitigation plan. And that you will also take action to reasonably and necessarily carry out the objectives of that plan.
It states here, whereas the town of Stokesdale has performed a comprehensive review and evaluation of each section of the previously approved hazardous mitigation plan. Have we done this thing?
I have received the hazard mitigation plan. I have looked at the document. I've not read all 689 pages, so.
When will you have it done?
Well, give me
You
till
could have
4 in the
done that
morning.
while
I'll
we
have
had
it.
our discussions.
Yeah, that's right. You could certainly dedicate a council member if you'd like.
It's like a job for ChatGPT.
Tim Jones.
Indentured servitude's been outlawed.
I will, and my understanding is that throughout the creation of this plan, they did offer, periods for people to come in and speak, essentially town halls, if you'll. So I think there was some public input that went to it as well. So I am not an expert on emergency management or hazard mitigation. I believe the folks over at the county that put it together are much more qualified than I am on these sorts of things. And just to kind of point out for the folks that may not know, because I didn't know this until we received it, what they're talking about in particular are drought, extreme heat, hailstorms, hurricanes, tropical storms, lightning, thunderstorms, tornadoes, winter storms, freezes, flood, hazardous materials, and wildfires.
I'm going to make a motion that we adopt Resolution R 2026-02, adopting Guilford County multi-jurisdictional.
Second.
Any discussion? Call a question. Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am also aye. Thank you, folks. Number 15, consideration of another resolution. This is R 2026-03, a resolution approving the 2025 Town of Stokesdale Local Water Supply Plan, and that is in parentheses LWSP. And I will look for you to help us out with that one too, Mr. Wagner.
Yeah, I'll be glad to speak on this. So every year, because we own and operate a municipal water system, we're required by the state to submit a local water supply plan to the state Department of Environmental Quality, specifically the Department of Water Resources. We are very fortunate that we're members of the North Carolina Rural Water Association, and they are always very helpful with these reports. That report was submitted in February. It was approved. The big part of that I always look for, and it's in the summary right after the draft, is how much water we're losing unaccounted for. And we're at 6%. State will not accept anything under 5%. And anything over 10%, they'll step in and say, you need to figure out where your water's going. So we're doing pretty good. If we were 2 points less, they wouldn't believe us. So that's really good. I was glad to see that. Of course, we put this together by putting a year's worth of bills from Winston and a year's worth of bills from what we send out to our customers. All of that to be said, we have submitted the local water supply plan. The state is happy with it. They've approved the numbers that we've presented. And the last step is for you all to adopt a resolution that you all accept the plan. And once you've accepted it by resolution, the state will accept it.
I'd like for the minutes to reflect that 6% unsold water would also include any water that we're flushing, testing, and also the fire department's use, whatever that might be. We have no way of knowing exactly. And the testing of the fire hydrants by the fire department.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Water
It would also include water in the pipeline and tank, right? We haven't had a chance to sell that yet, but we bought it. It's getting late. I don't want to.
I think that we could have a debate about that later.
Yes, do it much later.
Okay. We have a motion.
Yeah, I'll throw one out there. I'm going to make a motion that we approve Resolution 2026-03. This is a resolution approving the 2025 Town of Stokesdale Local Water Supply Plan.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Rigsby.
Aye.
Mr. Foy.
Aye.
Mr. Landrith.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okey-dokey. Item number 16, consideration of cost proposals for mixers for the town of Stokesdale's elevated water storage tank. Okey-dokey. We had a special called meeting last month and entertained some, actually a presentation by utility service company. And that has led us to receiving 2 quotes here for installation of mixers for the elevated tank here, just off premises over there at the schoolyard. 2 of these, we did get 2 proposals. One is for installation of an active this is a Casco 3400 active mixer together with a CS255 control panel, and that is for a 240 volt system. With that, this is with a caveat. It says, if applicable, owner will be required to provide that 240 volt system at the tank with a disconnect switch and will be required to supply a certified electrician to make the final connection, as may be required between the control panel and the power supply. And then in addition, if also applicable, the owner will be responsible for all trenching, conduit, and electrical connections to the base of the tank unless otherwise specified by the agreement. I'll back up for just a minute and also indicate that the owner agrees to provide a potable water source within 250 feet of the tank that is suitable for a hose connection. So we'll have to look into that distance and where a possible water source might be for that. Again, this proposal is $27,952. And again, that's for the Casco 3400 and the CS255 control panel on a 240 volt system.
I have a question about that. You done? Am I ready?
Go ahead.
All right. I know I didn't do it. Did one of you other 4 council members contact these folks and inquire about a stir?
I can answer the question. I specifically have not, but we've talked about it with the contractor, I think twice in a public meeting, and indicated that it is,
Well,
it is something we're considering.
if I may, here's where I'm coming from.
Sure.
We have Hazen and Sawyer working on an electronic control setup wherein our PRV valve will drive the altitude valve at the elevated tank and communicate with it and allow us to cycle that tank for the first time ever. So I think we're getting out ahead of Hazen and Sawyer a little bit here. I would have a tendency to want to have Aaron Babson's input about this before we get 2 conflicting contractors working on the same elevated tank at the same time. And so I asked him about that the other day, and he said, well, you know, we've talked to all the vendors, we're just about ready with it, and, you know, that just kind of been going on a while. But I wouldn't mind if we get him to weigh in on this. What he has told me in the past, when I've tried to talk about an air rating system for our elevated tank for our TTHMs, was that we didn't need to. We would have enough water usage in the near future, and with being able to cycle the tank with this new electronic control setup, we wouldn't need the pneumatic system. So if we don't need the pneumatic system, I wonder what he would say about the tank stir. But, you know, that's my point.
From my perspective, point well taken, and certainly open to get clarification from Aaron, or should I say Hazen and Sawyer, on the matter.
Any reason why we couldn't continue it?
No, sir.
With that,
I'll make a motion, we continue.
Second.
Continue to the May meeting, or you want to continue to the special meeting?
be too soon.
Well, I don't want to remove it off the agenda. We'll continue it to such time as one of us puts it back on the agenda, if that'll be okay with council.
I would just add, these quotes are only good for 60 days, so just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Bobby.
Good point.
And what's the date on?
The date is 3/13/26.
And our May meeting's May 14th.
Yep. So we would have to get an extension on this or requote one or the other.
I think we can, I think we can get clarification in the near term, so.
I kind of would probably like to talk to Gary Machusis, our ORC also.
And I would remind council that we do have a special call meeting scheduled for May the 7th. That's originally scheduled to discuss the budget if needed. But it's on the agenda, on the calendar,
Yeah,
so we might
yeah.
can do it.
Well, other than the 60-day quote, we're under no pressure here to install this thing.
Correct.
All right.
Okay, ready for a vote here?
To continue. But if we need to vote for that, yeah.
Oh, do we?
I don't know. I'm just,
Do we need to?
just
I made the
continue.
motion with that intent.
Let's second that now.
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
I am also aye. Okey-dokey. All right, consideration, this is number 17 on your agenda. Consideration of a cost proposal for contract services for the town of Stokesdale's elevated water storage tank. Okey. And again, this goes back to a proposal or a presentation that we enjoyed back on a special called meeting in March. Scott has put together a proposal for us, a scheduled maintenance with fees. And Mr. Foy, can you help me out with this?
I'll do my best, my man. But do you have a question or just kind of want me to talk?
Well, this is recommended service. He had looked at our tanks. They actually performed some work for us back in January.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, evaluated the system, and this is the result of their, I guess, review and cleaning process and a maintenance agreement that they have suggested for us with some pricing on it. So, let's see. If approved, the town staff recommends drafting a contract for review by the town attorney and execution by the vendor. Following execution, the contract would be presented to the town council for authorization by me and to sign on behalf of the town. And then, of course, with Mr. Wagner and town attorney Winfrey confirming the legal sufficiency and town finance budget officer certifying compliance with the pre-audit requirements under local government. I think this is this is a 10-year plan with variable amounts and variable processes throughout the 10-year term on a one-year basis with specific costs, more maintenance, and then every 2 or 3 years, there's a significant pressure wash and painting and that kind of thing involved in that. Is this something that that we're ready to act on, or do we need to maybe get that in front of Hayes and Sawyer for review and recommendations, or?
I feel more comfortable doing what you just said.
Well, this is a fine company to the best of my knowledge, and so that doesn't worry me from that perspective. And this is a year-to-year contract. It's not a 10-year contract, correct, Mr. Winfrey?
That's correct, and I was going to clarify that. So you can't really bind future town councils to follow this routine and these contracts. But what you're, I guess, being asked to do is kind of say your plan is to do this, but that could be changed by any future council, or if the same council decided we didn't have the money to do it and deferred something, that would be okay. So you're not signing up for anything more than 1 year. I guess year one, I guess the $2,000 for the year one expenses, you could go ahead and commit to that if you wanted to. But as far as future years, you wouldn't be committing to. You say you plan to, but you're not legally committed to it.
So when Scotty was here last week, or excuse me, last month, he had an annual figure. I think it was like $34,000 or something. Yeah. But I don't see that annual figure on his proposal. And I only say that because I'm not sure what the vote is on the annual expense.
Did he leave a copy of that PowerPoint?
Yeah, I have a copy of that PowerPoint. If my understanding on that was right, I think that was, he was saying you should put back that much.
Average.
Yeah, an average of that, put it back and assume that that's, add that on each year, because some years it's less, some years it's more, and by the end, you'll use all of that. The reason that he's got it priced the way he does is Councilman Landreth had reached out to me and wanted to kind of know more of what it was going to cost each year. And so this kind of breaks it down per year of what that estimated cost is. He didn't do it per job because he doesn't want to give you the impression that it's a la carte where you can pick each one, because if you, for instance, year one, if you only pick visual inspection and you don't do an engineering report, well, that's going to affect year two, because then you're going to have to do that. So if you stick with this plan, it'll do it. But I did speak with Scotty today, and he, wanted to let you all know that, number one, he's available by phone tonight if needed. Number two, if the council were to decide to change anything, say the council wanted to use grant funds to paint the tank this year, then they could adjust the 10-year plan for that. So it's just a matter of what council prefers.
Well,
Now, that's an interesting perspective.
I think, I'm pretty sure based on previous conversations that Dan River uses maintenance contracts for their elevated tanks, Dan River Water. And I think we've discussed it in the building here before, but it's never been done by the town of Stokesdale. The part of the appealing part of it is for me that it kind of gets us on a schedule and gives us targets to meet. It would be real easy for new council members that are elected in the future to neglect this. And in the past, we've been up and down with some of these things. I have mixed emotions about it. If we were making a 10-year commitment, I would think we'd want to talk to at least one other company. But we're just making 1-year commitments 1 year at a time, right?
That's right. And I think he did discuss, I think, what he called a sinking fund, which I think was is that what you're thinking, the 34,000 was for? The sinking fund to put the money into and use it to pay for these things.
This is very important. I wouldn't want us to forget it. Sometimes we drive by that tank, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, but as he pointed out, it's a $3 or $4 million tank, and we don't have any choice but to keep it up. We own it. We got to meet all the standards. We can't win by trying to skip any significant amount of time or steps.
What were you saying, Chuck? And I agree with you, Tim. So what were you saying about the cost? Because I really thought it was an even number for every 10 years.
Yeah, but I think my recollection was, and I don't have the PowerPoint, but he was talking about a sinking fund where we would set aside some amount of money every year, and that would cover these expenses over the course of the 10 years. In other words, so you have a budget item for your sinking fund, because I know he had some discussion with Kim about how you show that as accounting. There's some accounting question he had about that.
Well,
Mr. Winfrey, I noticed that this agreement's governed by the state law of Georgia. That's not anything we should lay awake at night and worry about, is it?
Well, I've mentioned to Mr. Wagner that and a few other things I thought we needed to look at on this agreement. So that was the one on the stir, wasn't it? The agitator. Well,
I'm on page 4.
Page 4.
Which was the stir. You're right about that.
Yeah, that's right. That was dealing with the, there were several other things that's in the fine print that I didn't much care for, but we had raised that with him already, and I think that's probably negotiable. For example, the other idea that they could come and remove the equipment if we didn't pay them for it, that was another thing that I didn't much care for. So there's several things.
What year are they painting the tank in this proposal? That's exterior renovation.
That's right, it'll be year 5. I pulled that back up for you, Derek.
And then every 10 years.
So the tank was painted in 19. It's perfectly functional, the paint. It's just fading badly. And, I'll accept the year 5. I am concerned that the fading on the tank, especially the top of it, it's a very unsightly light blue, right, Nikki? And kind of a Carolina blue. And, yeah, I hear you, bud. So that's a consideration of something we need to do.
No, we can't paint it red.
No, I agree.
But how about
I agree. We'll need to paint it white with a, anyway.
I did speak with Scotty about that today, about painting it earlier than what's
Yeah.
proposed here. The two things he wanted me to mention were, one, painting it early is not a bad thing. It just means that the layer under your new paint is even better than it would be in 5 years from now. That layer will disintegrate over the next 5 years, so when you paint on top of it, there's that much less paint between the one you see and what the bare metal is. You also added that with it being painted dark blue, you're spending more money on chlorine because it's heating up the water inside and it's removing the chlorine residuals.
Speaking my language, to get this thing painted earlier.
And one other comment I would make, just best practice would be if the paint work is done while school's out, drift issues and all kinds of things.
That's a good point. Did you say you had some clarification on the price? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, from his PowerPoint presentation, I don't know, for some reason, $34,000.
Well, this right here he's got it broken out, $33,980 each year. This is different from what you've got.
Okay.
This is from our special call meeting on March the 12th.
And that was the sinking fund. I thought he kind of described it as a sinking fund.
That's how I understood it, was essentially if you budget $33,980 every year, by year 10, you'll be able to pay for it all, but you have more expense in between. I don't know. I like that we know what it's gonna cost per year.
So like, for example, year 5, he has an expense of $83,000. And so if you squirrel away the $34,000 a year, then you don't have to allocate more for it. It's gonna be the same amount being allocated each
Well,
budget.
it would be.
I guess if this is a year-to-year contract, and I understand why, he really can't commit to what he's gonna charge in year 10. I mean, yeah. That's why I thought that it was a $33,000 annual cash outlay. And when I look at it from a year-by-year standpoint, from his mind, as a business owner, he's getting the cash flow kind of up front for some light years, like year 1, year 3, year 4, to prepare for year 5, which is $83,000. That's a heavy year, and then followed by 2 light years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we need to let a water tank maintenance company suggest how we budget. I'd just like to know how much it cost. And I guess I'm a little confused why we're looking at 10 years if we're only voting on 1 year.
Yeah.
And I want to say that I'm very supportive of this.
We
I
need
don't even know
something.
what to vote on tonight.
Well, I think we're probably gonna wind up continuing this given the hour, but I think we kinda need something to prompt us every year that we got this to do. Next year, we got this to do. I mean, we need some organizing with the maintenance on the thing, is my feeling. Because it's so easy to just, say we'll get to it next year, next month, 6 months.
It is.
Robbie, do you know if he, put in inflation in these numbers? I mean, is he?
No idea.
We didn't discuss that. I'm not too sure. I don't see it mentioned in the proposal itself either.
I mean, I know we're not under contract, but is he saying that's what it would cost? Is it gonna cost, or is he leaving it open for?
For that, I'm not too sure.
That'd be important, because, I mean, if he's already done that calculation, and says in 10 years, we're figuring 5%, and he's got that in there, then we would be okay. And then we put our money back into an account, and of course, you wouldn't want to pay them. But it all depends on if that's what he's doing, or if.
It's late, we got a ways to go on our agenda. I wouldn't mind continuing it.
I'm good with that.
fine, because you
Yeah,
found that out.
that's just fine. This is, I'm glad to hear, you know, generally speaking, you know, the support, for this because, you know, just to kind of reiterate some of the points Tim made earlier.
I do
But,
think we
I'm
need
not
some-
sure where the vote goes tonight from.
Yep, I think we've got some items that we need to clarify and get
Well,
straightened
we
out.
need it in some kind of proposal form anyhow. You know, we can't vote on this chart, can we? So we need to do something there anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you
and we
drop
need a
it as
date
a,
on that
as
proposal.
a, as an intention, or a plan to do down the road, but without being bound to do it. You're not binding any future board to do it. You could say, this is our plan to spend, you know, to have this 10-year cycle of repairs and maintenance on the tower.
I hear what you're saying about binding future boards to do that, but, you know, in some ways, that's kind of part of business. When you go into a 2-year contract and you only have another year left on your term, I mean, I'm just thinking of simpler contracts like lawn maintenance and things like that. Anyway, we continue the item. I don't want to, you know, it's 10:30.
Yeah, do we,
Mr. Winfrey, I'd like to get it in a set of circumstances where at least that company is notifying us, hey, the suggested maintenance that we talked about is this year. And so just a reminder and let them, you know, help keep us on track. Whatever we can enter into to do that, I would be interested in.
Okay. In other words, just find out from them, how they would structure this proposal to us. In other words, are they gonna prompt us to say, this year we're gonna need $2,500 to do X, or we're gonna need $83,000 to do Y?
I can't see us binding anything for over 3 years myself.
Right.
Anyway,
so we've got a suggestion, and I would assume a motion to continue this. Do we,
I'll make that my motion.
do you want to continue it to the next, to the May meeting?
We'll continue it to a date uncertain.
Okay.
second.
Aye.
Ms. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landry?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. Okey-dokey. All right, we have moved number 18, so we're on to number 19, and we have another resolution. This is consideration of Resolution R 2026-04, which is a resolution in support of North Carolina House Bill 539 to require a revenue-neutral budget in a property tax reassessment year to facilitate transparency and tax relief. Mr. Jones.
Okay, I got copies here. Thank you to Mr. Wagner and Mr. Winfrey for helping me go back and forth here and get this done.
Yes, sir.
Is this bill, is the bill in its final form now?
That's a good question. I don't know exactly where this bill stands in the North Carolina House, but I have read the bill and I know I support it. I kind of ran out of time. I was going to get the bill printed for each one of y'all. It's fairly simple. I have the advantage, I have read it.
We've got it right here, so.
Okay, perfect. And so I'm going to hit the high points here if I can find the language that I want to be sure everybody takes note of. Okay, what John Bluss is trying to do with this bill is make sure property tax increases are voted on instead of the increases occurring by the assessments being increased. You know, we need to put the responsibility on the various boards to actually vote to raise taxes versus doing it to what amounts to a backdoor way just solely with a reassessment, and that's what's going on with Guilford County right now. I support this. I think it's a better way of government for all, you know, for the state, for the counties, for the towns. One wonders why it wasn't done this way in the first place. Also, the other part of this is that House Bill 539 will make it clear that no particular tax level is expected from any town to maintain their charter, maintain their status. This is a result of some of the heat Summerfield has taken, and whether or not they're a quote-unquote paper town or not. I think that same comment has been directed at our town as well as other towns across the state. And, we have a charter, that's a fact. It's something that we shouldn't have to tax our citizens at any particular level to prove we're a town. We're doing the things that we need to do. We're doing the things that our citizens want us doing for the most part. And we're a small town. This one size fits all, insofar as the reassessments and the paper town accusation, I think is just fundamentally wrong. If this council or a future council decides to charge it, it's got to charge a tax, then so be it if it's voted on. And at some point, if we want to eliminate the same tax we just started charging, that should be our business. And so I support this 110%. And I also support it makes mention in here of the committee that was formed December the 16th, 2025 in the General Assembly, the House Select Committee on Property Tax Reduction and Reform to study options to reduce property tax burden on taxpayers. It's my feeling if the state does not step in, the cities and metropolitan counties in this state are going to continue escalating property taxes to the point where all the people that we have moving in for the lower cost of living are going to move out. I don't think there's any. I think it's got to be capped at a state level somehow. There's no physical control with so many of these counties, especially, and so that's why I brought it and put it in front of you here. I started with a copy that's going to be voted on by Summerfield next week. And I've spoken to representatives of Oak Ridge. I think they are going to bring one. I hope the other towns in Guilford County will do likewise. I might even call them myself. But anyway, that's what this is about.
I fully support a resolution in support of House Bill 539. That's a good piece of legislation. Tim, there's a lot going on in this resolution that we just got 5 minutes ago that I assume is going to go to the General Assembly.
I waited on getting the Summerfield's copy, hoping to make it easier for Mr. Wagner to get it drafted for us.
Summerfield, if this is Summerfield's copy, they shot this resolution down 4-1 in their March meeting. This goes really far in terms of, asking the General Assembly to clarify.
Okay.
It shines a light where I do not think we want a light shined.
Well, I'm certainly willing to go through it paragraph by paragraph or whatever you want to do, Mr. Foy, but this is what we have in front of us.
It is. I'm not going to go through it paragraph by paragraph, here, but can we? I mean, you have my word that I am in full support of the legislation. And to your point, I'm kind of surprised it's not a law as it is today, but I digress on that. But there's some things in here that I'm not comfortable sending to the General Assembly from Stokesdale.
Okay.
Period.
I don't know that we're under a deadline. If you want to continue this or go through it, I'm flexible here. There's some things that I changed. Mr. Wagner and I changed, just editing, and we made it fit Stokesdale. And I, in particular, inserted the language about COVID-19 and the unprecedented high inflation, because I think that's important from our citizens' perspective. I put that in.
Let's lead that.
And
but let's take out everything that was shot down by Summerfield 4-1 because of similar concerns. And come back and pass an abbreviated one next week that really hones in on this House bill, which it'd be wonderful to pass.
You guys, you do realize that this bill, it's a transfer. If you'll look at what some people's reevaluations are, I mean, I think it's a smoke and mirrors to start with, because I'm for it in a way, but if somebody's house went up 75% and somebody's house went up 10%, they may get a tax break. They probably get, and I'm not against tax breaks, but we know that some folks, I don't know how to say it, I gotta be careful. Some people's houses didn't go up much at all. It may be in the know.
Yeah.
And other people just got slapped to the,
Absolutely.
And this bill enables them, hey, we did this great thing, and guess what? We guys in power are gonna get a tax cut.
Well, you bring up some good points. If your property only went up 5% in valuation, and go revenue neutral, you're gonna get a tax break. Meanwhile, you go up 90%,
I'm not against a tax break. I just wish they'd have done something different as far as the amount that an valuation could go up.
I don't like to see elected officials say that they never voted for a tax increase and then attach it to the rate. And when they do not adjust that rate down to make it revenue neutral. Now, when you go down to the individual properties, it's impossible, I think, to revenue neutral each individual property. But there is a rate that the statute requires that the budget officer present to the board, the revenue neutral rate. But there's no requirement that the board adopt the revenue neutral rate. And I really like this legislation because, it requires that first year after a reevaluation for any municipality or county to go revenue neutral. And if they need to raise taxes, it would happen in the following year. But the transparency that comes along with that by having a rate increase is a whole lot better than we have now. I mean, there are elected officials that are will die on the hill and that are adamant, saying we did not increase the tax rate. And I don't agree with that.
Mr. Foy, one thing I got plenty of is motions, and I'm gonna make a motion to approve this, and if the board doesn't vote for it, then we'll take another step and rewrite it and do whatever. But that's what I'm gonna do here to, try to kick the ball down the road here.
Fair enough.
Down the road. I make a motion that we approve Resolution R-2026-04, I'm tired. A resolution supporting North Carolina House Bill 539 advocating for tax relief and reform on the behalf of Stokesdale taxpayers and requesting clarification of municipal tax authority. That is my motion.
I'll second.
Again, I'm very supportive of us adopting a resolution specific to House Bill 539. It would be a mistake to pass it as it's written right now.
Where's the mistake said? I
Sure.
just got this thing in my hand.
Sure, I don't think the General Assembly gets real excited about limited services governments. Let's see.
Wait a minute,
The clarification on zero revenue or zero tax rate, why are we seeking clarification from the General Assembly on that? We've operated for 37 years without one, and to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't been a problem.
Representative Bluff's intent, I think, is to take away the threat from the General Assembly for the General Assembly to remove any town's charter in the state of North Carolina because they don't charge enough tax in the view of some of the legislative members there. That's just to remove that ambiguity is where he's trying to go.
So is he considering adding that language to the House Bill 539?
As far as I know, it's already in it.
Well, from what I got, there's not a whole lot in this bill.
Right.
If I got something, I sent that to you guys just a minute ago. Is there more? Here, can you read that? I mean, you got that? I thought you had it, but
I have read it, but
Is that the whole thing?
it was
I mean, that's-
many,
it's
yeah,
not much.
it was many days ago.
So there's nothing in there about that.
And I've sat in meetings where this has been discussed, and it may be something the select committee is working on.
And the only
You know, I
thing
could
that
have
concerns
easily
me
merged my facts.
is what, are they gonna slip something else in, like, you know, like Chuck would have done?
And Chuck, for what it's worth, Mr. Winfrey did review this.
What do you think about it?
Well, I guess the question is I don't know what's in House Bill 539 now, so I guess, as we get ready to see what it says
Pretty
about.
quick here. Well, thought you could.
So, you checking it, Chuck?
You pulled it up? No, I can walk it over there to you. It's not a very big deal. Why, Tim, why the first one, who wrote this? Did you write it or Bus write it? Who wrote it?
It started life, as far as I know, it started life with the Republican convention for Guilford County recently. And I attended that meeting. There were a lot of speakers regarding this. John Bluss spoke twice, and that's where this started life, as far as I know. It could have come from some other location, I don't know.
So where did you get the, or you say you worked with Robbie to write this or make some changes?
Yeah.
Where did you get this from? Because this does resemble, and I can't say that it's word for word. Obviously, it's not word for word because Stokesdale's there and not Summerfield, but this sure resembles what Summerfield shot down 4-1.
Yeah, and that's information I didn't have, Mr. Foy. But it did start with the Summerfield edition. It basically was a matter of, we could get the Summerfield edition in Word, and the other copy I had was a PDF thing that I didn't have a clear, clean copy of. And I might add, I'm surprised Summerfield voted it down, given the trouble they're having with being accused of being a paper town.
Four to one.
Well, the language, I don't see any language in this bill that says anything about eliminating the requirement, any requirement to have a 5-cent tax, ad valorem tax rate or any kind of minimum tax rate. I don't see that.
It's not even in the bill.
Yeah, I don't see it in the bill.
This is also directed at the House Select Committee on Property Tax Reduction and Reform.
Which is, you know, again, the bill as it's written, 100% supported. Great piece of legislation that, you know, it makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, let me ask my question this way, Mr. Foy. Would you like to see the General Assembly remove any doubt as to whether or not our town or any other town has to tax at any particular level in order to keep its charter?
There's nothing specifically written, to the best of my knowledge, in North Carolina state statutes that requires any kind of minimum tax for municipalities created before the 1990s.
There is a bill that's stuck in committee in the House, I believe, that filed by Stevenson, I think, or Stevens, that would eliminate certain charters, or it's requiring the House committee to review charters and see what they're spending and justify their existence to keep their charter based on the amount they're taxing. I'd have to dig for it, but I think I could find it.
So is your response to put us on their radar, say, hey, look at us? You know,
I'd just as soon take it now as at a later date and be blindsided while it's on everybody's plate.
if the state dictates to us that we need to charge a minimum tax rate to stay a municipality, then I would suggest that's probably what we should do. But there hasn't been any of that. Now, did they look at the services we provide? You know, certainly. But there's nothing there. It's in the written statute. Chuck, do you have any opinion on that?
No, I mean, there's the
It's House Bill.
statute, we looked at this in regards to House Bill 801, I guess it was.
That's right.
That's correct.
And we weren't, that didn't affect us because we were chartered before 1990, I guess. 95, yeah. And so that didn't apply to us. It applied to Summerfield, but it didn't apply to us.
How many water customers do we have?
We sent out 925 bills last month.
That's not real papery to me, but, you know.
And that's just bills, you know, more than one person lives in each house. So.
But there may be another, bill pending I'm not aware of, but.
Had the president of the Senate come in here and stand right there and tell us I don't want to quote him, but what is something to the effect that we're the best run small town in the state? What are they gonna do, rip our charter?
Well, the president of the Senate took 1,000 acres out of the middle of Summerfield and has in part been behind this threat towards Summerfield regarding them being a paper town or not. We do know that the Speaker of the House has had his staff people contact the town of Stokesdale asking questions about the services we provide.
Yeah, and I'm confident in our answers. You know, I would just like to think, I would just like to think if the town's charter was in trouble, that somebody'd say, hey, you guys are in trouble. Have any of y'all gotten, you know, that from a legislator?
I think these questions might be better directed at John Blust.
Okay. Circling it back to what we're voting on, I'm extremely supportive of House Bill 539. There's language in this resolution that closely mirrors, in my opinion, what Summerfield kind of, you know, shot down. But I'm not sure that it just kind of muddies up. There's just a lot going on here. If the intent is to support House Bill 539, that can be done in much, much fewer words.
Chuck, what's your legal opinion here? We're gonna get ourselves in trouble, or is this a good thing?
And we just got this 3-page resolution put in front of us right now. You know, no time to go over it. It's just sloppy.
We mentioned earlier that we could vote on it and then bring it up next week with clarifying language, so why don't we move forward? It's almost 11 o'clock. We're not in a rush, we got a meeting next week.
Mr. Knight, to answer your question, my legal opinion, I mean, I don't, it's a political question as to whether you want to be on the radar screen of the folks in Raleigh, which is what Mr. Foy is.
Well, you're the one gonna have to do all the paperwork. You think we might have to do a little paperwork if we send something like this?
I mean, again, it's gonna be a political question. I don't think it's gonna be a legal question. I mean, legislature can do what they wanna do. If they wanna yank our charter, they can. I don't think they will. I haven't heard any inclination that they're going to, or even been discussed, to be honest.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but you think this would rub somebody?
Well,
Yes.
You know, I think there is a issue of highlighting that we don't have a sales tax, a property tax, which could be a problem if somebody took it the wrong way. If who knows how the election will go? You know, we don't know in November. Yeah. So I assume we'll have control of the Republicans have control of it, but we don't know that, and there are certainly people on the other side who might seize on it.
Keep in mind, we've had a fairly large reassessment. This could allow our citizens to have a breath and not have to pay whatever increase Guilford County is going to put on us this year. I've heard a 25% increase is what I've heard through the grapevine. I have no idea. The county commissioners haven't said yet. But they have said, I think, that it's not going to be revenue neutral.
Everybody's for the 539. I don't think there's a question there. Is anybody here not for the 539? I mean, I think it's, I think it could have been something done different because this is, you know, it's
Well,
giving some people advantages and taking some, well, I'm not for, I'm not against any tax cuts.
Well, I'm
Somebody
also,
gets one.
I'm also very supportive of the House Select Committee that's been formed. But guys, let's just vote on it. One of y'all write one and we'll go from there.
Okay. With that, we'll call for a question and we'll vote. Mr. Rigsby?
No.
Mr. Foy?
No.
Mr. Landrith?
Lord have mercy. Tim, quit giving us stuff late like this.
Yeah, man.
You know what, I'm gonna let Mayor T make the decision here. You know, I'm not really for sticking this thing down there and ruffling somebody's feathers, but,
And please don't vote for it.
well, you know, I'll let T make a decision on this one, huh? Oh, Lord. I'd be better if we just look at this thing next week.
And vote no, let's remove it.
Yeah.
We can bring it up and re-vote on it.
Vote yes, I'll vote yes.
Okay,
You
Mr.
do it
Jones?
again, if something like this comes up again, I ain't voting on it.
Well, that's the next item.
Well, I won't vote, you know, I don't like getting items to last minute. Especially something I need to look at, but there you go.
Okay, so you're a yes,
Yes, I'm a yes.
and Mr. Jones is yes,
I am aye.
and I am no. I think we can,
So, to that point, will help anybody write another resolution so we can get one passed in support of House Bill 539.
Well, you have the objections. I wouldn't know what to change unless you pencil them in for me.
I'd be
All right.
honored, thank you.
we can all work. Okey dokey. Yes, okay, we're on number 20. Consideration of Stokesdale individual property owner sign-up sheet to donate land, money for sidewalks and trails. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a worksheet here that Mr. Wagner helped me put together just as a model. I don't want to miss anybody. Our citizens may or may not be interested in this, but if we have a population on one side of town that wants sidewalks and another one on the other side of town that does not, then we need to lean towards the folks that want sidewalks in our planning. So along that vein, I had Mr. Wagner create this worksheet with my input, and it has columns on it. On the left-hand column that starts with a date, the full name, a street address, and then it has 3 columns. Will donate front yard for sidewalk or trail, initial below. The other column is will donate side yard for sidewalk or trail, initial below. Will pay costs for each lineal foot, initial below. If we put this out, I don't know if we'll get 1 signature or 100. But I probably think we should just make a note at the bottom that this is for survey purposes and not intended to be legally binding, but it would get us started on the project that council's already voted for. So my motion would be that we approve this worksheet and that we post it on the town website, on our Facebook page, and of course make note of it in the minutes and see what kind of response we get from our citizens. That's my motion.
I'll second your motion. I'm gonna sit here all night doing it.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any further discussion? Then I'll call for a question. Ready for a vote? Mr. Rigsby?
Yes.
Mr. Foy?
No.
Mr. Landreth?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
I am aye.
And I am no. Okay, on to number 21. Consideration of the use of eminent domain for sidewalks, bike paths, and trails in the town of
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're starting down this pathway of making the town walkable, adding walkability. And we are the ones that are creating the pathways. It's no longer going to be walking down the shoulder of the road, walking down the side of the street. That's the decision that was made earlier. I've already spoken about my pros and cons related to that. So I think it's important that we don't fool ourselves here that this could require the use of eminent domain. And I think that needs to be decided early on. I have very serious concerns about this. I'm going to make a motion. That motion would be that we do not utilize eminent domain for sidewalks, bike paths, or trails pertaining to planning with it if we get this NCDOT grant.
Is that it?
That's it.
I'll second that motion. Though it was brought in a little late.
No, this one wasn't. It was on the agenda.
It's been on the agenda.
Yeah. So the motion is.
Second. Or did Jimmy second it?
Jimmy seconded.
Yeah, second.
So that we don't use eminent domain in the planning process?
Ideally, what I'd like to see happen here is a notification to all parties concerned, the communications between the council members regarding this NCDOT planning project, the town staff, NCDOT itself, and the private engineer that's being hired, that the council has made a decision not to use eminent domain to force people to accept sidewalks, trails, and bike paths on their property.
Well, I can tell you now, Hades will freeze over for a while. Do eminent domain, vote for eminent domain, you know.
I think it's important to consider this before we get on this path and somebody's saying, well, we've come this far, we can't stop now. I haven't confirmed it. I heard the mayor of Summerfield was going door to door trying to get people to accept offers so that they wouldn't have to follow through with the eminent domain. I have been unable to confirm that. I see that as a potential problem if the mayor shows up on your doorstep and you're not well acquainted with all these processes and real estates and easements and all the associated laws that come with this. You could feel a bit intimidated, and I hate that for those folks over there. I've got the list here, if any council member wants to see it, of the eminent domain cases that Summerfield has exercised again. As a matter of fact, I'll hand them out here. Mr. Wagner made copies.
Is that the A and Y trail?
It's the sidewalk, A and Y trail, you tell me.
Was that part of that part of that A and Y trail? The reason I say that, I remember when they had the presentations here years back, they talked about there wasn't gonna be any eminent domain whatsoever on that. And,
That's trail people.
but the trail people said that, and then we found out later that they actually had used eminent domain on
Oh,
the side of rock.
if there's a vista, buddy.
Huh?
If there's a vista.
Summerfield has had a tremendous amount of back and forth on this. A lot of money's been spent on engineers and attorneys, and it's just not clean. I've heard that it costs $10,000 per case for the eminent domain legal cost in and of themselves.
Chuck, you can tell us.
That sounds like a bad thing. Is that a bad thing?
Oh, you need a TV show, man.
Okay, hope I got that sorted right. You'll see up here at the top, one of them is a list of resolutions approving easement acquisitions and a resolution approving, here they are. Excuse me, guys. Unsettled easements, that's the one I gotta get to you next.
Well, I guess I'll.
Yeah, sorry. All right. This is where we're gonna find ourselves down the road at the end of this planning cycle. And I mainly bring it up to give our citizens some warning that this could occur versus, you know, us, we may not be here when this plan comes to fruition. It may take a few years. Difference between these two sheets being one is a settled easement and the other is unsettled.
I think it's a pretty
So,
clear-cut motion.
so
You willing to do it, or you willing not to do it?
Yeah, so I don't get too bogged down in Summerfield's business, but I was in this building, and I heard it 2 years ago when it was said, oh, no, we would never use eminent domain when this was being sold to the citizens in the area.
Who said that? The trail people.
The trail people.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion?
I would, go back to our earlier discussion that we're not, tonight, we didn't vote on a, study for the ANY project or any kind of greenway, so, and this appears to be exactly that. And to be quite honest, I'm not really that interested in anything Summerfield does, and following suit with them, based on their historical outcomes. So, I'm just telling you, I don't want to be anywhere involved in Summerfield and duplicating anything they're doing, so, and I'm not interested in the greenway, you know, at this point either, so, I don't want to lock ourselves in. I don't want to lock ourselves in on a binding resolution on a very broad, you know, language for sidewalks, bike paths, and trails, so I would be a no on this one.
Well,
I would be willing to consider, you know, some individual resolutions or individual discussions on each one of those categories, but not an all-inclusive.
Well, fair enough, Mr. Rigsby. I appreciate the second, too.
Well, just to be clear, though, nothing you do with this can affect, I mean, any subsequent town council or even this same town council 2 months from now could decide to use eminent domain, even if they want to. So it's not binding.
It'd just be another vote, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, nothing's binding, I guess.
Right.
Well, you know, I made a pledge that I'd second every motion. It would never be a councilman not get a motion to the floor. And I've done that in the last 6 years. And I can sit here and tell you that while I'm sitting here, and it may not be that much longer, but I will not ever vote for a walking path or a bike path to eminent domain somebody's property that don't want to do it. And I mean, that's period. So you can take it to the bank, just like you can take the other one to the bank. If one of you guys come up with something nobody wants to second, and it seems to be just one person, but if it was any of you, I'd do the same thing, and you know it. So you can take that one to the bank. And I know it's not obligating council. I mean, we could vote 3-2 or 1-4, whatever, you know, nobody. I'm obligating myself by this, not obligating, my vote's not obligating anybody. And 3 of our votes is not obligating the other 2 or however, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I'm not really sure.
Again, my intent here is council, the staff, Mr. Winfrey, NCDOT, this engineer that we're possibly going to be hired if we're successful with the grant that council's voted to apply for. We would start from the point of we're not going to use eminent domain. That's the intent of my motion. That's to get this up in front. That's to let everybody know the seriousness of this when you start taking people's property rights. It's, at some point, it gets down to what amounts to a group of coyotes deciding where the sheep are gonna drink at the watering hole, and the sheep loses every time. And I just don't think just because somebody's got an open front yard or backyard or open property that gives us any right to start thinking we're gonna go across it.
Well, I think we're putting the cart before the horse because, you know, we voted to make the application, but I think when if we are able to get the grant and move forward with it, I think putting this stipulation is certainly limiting what the plan may or may not do, but also we're forgetting the fact that whatever the plan comes up with is just a plan. And if it's to move forward at that point in time is the time to say, well, folks, this is not going to fit because of this reason or that reason. I think we're putting limitations on there that we don't even know exist or are going to be presented.
I voted to support the plan. Had my reasons. You know, I think the plan will be useful. But the plan's one thing, you know, eminent domain is a different thing. So these are 2 different things. So if the motion is for, to vote for the use of eminent domain, I'm a no. I'm an absolute no. And for sidewalks, bike paths, and trails. I understand that, you know, with the water system, sometimes that has to be used. Luckily, we didn't have to, but not for sidewalks, bike paths, and trails. There's a DOT right-of-way where those can go. But eminent domain, no thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Call for a question. Call for a vote. Mr. Rigsby.
No.
Mr. Foy.
Yes.
Mr. Landreth.
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
I am aye.
And I am no.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have another motion.
Okay.
That motion would be to eliminate the A&Y rail corridor, the former A&Y rail corridor, from consideration when we get to the planning portion of this grant that we're applying for. Again, the staff, the town council, town attorney, NCDOT, and the engineer that's going to be hired if the grant is successful would be notified to stay away from the former A&Y trail corridor, or excuse me, railroad corridor. It's all private property now, every square foot of it. There hadn't been a train on it since about 1979. Do the math. It is just not there.
I need to see a map. Is any of that in the DOT right-of-way?
Is that something on the agenda, or is that something?
It's not on the agenda.
And, yeah, we can't add that this late in the day.
Well, he can, it's a motion, he can make motions.
I just didn't know if, I didn't know what item it was, if it's on the agenda.
I think it's a continuation of the current item.
It's
that we're on.
continuation of
Oh, I see,
21,
okay.
Chuck.
If you want to see maps, I would suggest the 176-page report that was done. It's in the cabinet in here. After the meeting, I can show you where it's at.
And
All right, well, let's take a 30-minute break so I can look at that.
I mean, I don't object.
I hear what you're saying, Tim. I just need to see a map. I mean, you've got the luxury of living here for, 65 years or whatever. I don't.
I would be willing to entertain that, but we're not in a rush. We can do it next week when we have time to look at the map. And it can be on the agenda.
I just need to see a map.
For the record, this is what we're looking at. All right, the best map in here is the one in the back here, Mr. Floyd. The rest of them are, page size there.
Buddy, I can't see that.
So what?
My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Make the map.
Oh, good call. All right, where is it, Tim? The green?
Where's Stokesdale? We need to find Stokesdale.
I understand where Stokesdale is, my friend.
Okay.
But
I'll help you or not.
old A and Y.
We're taking a 30-minute recess.
No.
They're taking a study break.
Looking at
I'm gonna
map.
go home and put my chickens in.
Was there a second for this motion?
No.
You didn't second my motion.
I'll get around to it, but, you're gonna, I wanna limit, I don't wanna take, all the property out of it.
Looks like this is in the DOT right away. Okay, I've got what I think I need to know to answer the vote.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
What was the motion?
The motion was to eliminate the A and Y, the former A and Y railroad right-of-way or trail or corridor, ever what you want to call it, from consideration with this planning grant that we are applying for with NCDOT.
I'd like to eliminate the whole town.
But we're working on it piece by piece.
Yeah, I know. I definitely don't want no eminent domain there, just like I would anywhere else.
Well, I would
That already
appreciate a
passed.
second, just so we can vote and move on to the next item.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okey dokey. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Well, I'm going to vote no on this, and that doesn't mean that I'm contradicting the eminent domain vote. My vote was solid there. I'm voting no on this because it appears from the look on the map that A&Y trail, and I could be wrong, appears to be in the DOT right-of-way. So that would not classify as eminent domain.
Okay.
Well, it would be eminent domain then. What do you say?
What do you mean, Jimmy?
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I think you're conflating eminent domain with the A&Y Railroad, so the motion on eminent domain's already been voted on, and now we're deciding, are we also going to avoid anything that might have been in the A&Y Railroad?
I'm not gonna vote eminent domain on anything.
I know.
As far as
And that's
the trails and the sidewalks and
Right.
whatever, it could come up with the water one day. It slipped up on us this last time, but I'm gonna try to avoid that.
I've heard two or three citizens here tonight deeply concerned about that. And then I've heard a couple of council members say, we're not talking about the Greenway, the A&Y Trail, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a planning grant to do sidewalks. And so this is going to hopefully focus us on what the citizens want and what council has voted on.
Yeah, and I won't do the eminent domain there, just like I won't do anywhere else for this project, I mean. And I've seconded the motion, so.
Just call the vote, Ms. Rowland.
Hold on, clarify the motion.
I'll be glad to. So I have that Mr. Jones made a motion to eliminate the former A&Y Greenway Trail from consideration with regards to the planning grant that the town is applying for NCDOT.
Bingo. So there's no eminent domain in that. So therefore, if part of that trail existed within the DOT right-of-way,
I would like maybe to use 3 words to define that pathway. That would be the old railroad right-of-way bed, the former corridor.
Well, if it's DOT right away, it's not gonna matter what we vote.
that's what I'm saying. If there's part of the DOT right-of-way in this A&Y trail, and Jimmy, I don't know if there is or not.
It don't matter. If it is, our vote won't make a hill of beans.
Well, no, because your planning board is gonna be taking directions to not go anywhere near that AMI railroad.
Well, guys, it's important. There's 7 miles of it, if I remember correctly, across Stokesdale.
Well, I mean, I could vote if you said.
And if you can tell me that's all 7 miles, you can tell me for a fact that all 7 miles do not exist within the DOT right-of-way, then that makes.
The way NCDOT claims right-of-way, I'm not gonna touch that. Some places they'll claim 50 feet, some places 60, some places 100 feet. And then the railroad itself used to claim a considerable right-of-way. All that went away when the properties reverted back to the original property owners. It no longer exists. There hadn't been a train through Stokesdale since about 1979.
No, they'd have right of way around the intersections, wouldn't they? I mean, I'm talking about like, 158, there'd be so much, or 68, it might be 2 foot, it might be,
Well, we've had a lot of back and forth about this plan in this town hall before. For one thing, again, back in the day, the forecast for the cost was $1 million a mile, and the maintenance cost was $6,000 or $7,000 per mile per year. It's right here, I wish everybody'd read it.
I understand that, but, and I'm gonna vote, I mean, if you voted for every street in the town about eminent domain, I'd say no, I'm not gonna vote for eminent domain. So my vote will be yes, that I won't, but, if it's DOT right away, we have no power in that part of it, is all I'm saying. So it wouldn't make a hill of beans what I said, or you said, or all 5 of us said, on that part. But for the part that, it's not DOT right away,
If y'all would vote for this, the other thing it might do for you is eliminate some of the opposition to what you're doing here, because a lot of people are in the category of, I don't want it in my backyard.
Well, in that case, I don't wanna vote for it. I want some opposition.
Well, you have to do as you think best.
I mean, what we gonna do, split everybody up, then the week's gonna be out there to fend for themselves, I guess, now.
Well, nobody's gonna talk me into $1 million a mile trail project for the town of Stokesdale.
I'm not trying to talk you into anything, you know how I feel.
Okay.
Well,
let's
we're saying we don't care what Summerfield's doing. They are committed to running this trail or this sidewalk basically to the dry bridge. After that, the county is apt to head down there towards Stokesdale. They have some easements and right-of-ways and property that the county of Guilford owns. Again, I object to being a recreational outlet for Greensboro at our expense. I think if that's gonna be forced on us, they need to pay for it.
Well, I mean, I told you I was gonna vote for it. Well, I mean, what more do you want?
I want you to read this every page.
Let's do,
I've probably seen that book before you did.
Okay, you tell me what it says then. Am I wrong?
I mean,
let's call for question and let's vote. Okay,
Well, if you want to call it, I mean, if it just goes.
Fine by me.
Yeah, let's vote.
Let's do, just one clarifying word. Could you repeat the motion, Robbie? Again.
Councilman Jones made a motion to eliminate A&Y Trail. He later specified old railroad right-of-way bed, the former corridor, from consideration with the planning grant the town is applying for with NCDOT.
I just want to make sure we get it identified as the former A&Y Railroad right-of-way or bed. It's, everybody knows where it's at, it's on all the maps, it's not gonna move.
And the word eminent domain is not in that motion?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay? All right, ready for a vote. Mr. Rigsby?
No.
Mr. Foy?
No.
Mr. Landreth?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Aye, aye.
I am no.
Thank you for the vote.
22, consideration of local traffic analysis for the town of Stokesdale by Davenport Engineering. Mr. Jones?
I have in my hand the minutes from our October 20th, 2023 town council meeting. It was a special call meeting. I made a motion to hire Davenport Engineering as a traffic consultant for the town of Stokesdale. Rigsby was the no vote, otherwise it was a 4-1 vote in favor of the motion. Royal Henshaw from Davenport Engineering was here and spoke to council. My feeling, again, is that we don't have a pedestrian walkway problem, we have a traffic problem. Everybody wants to come to Stokesdale or pass through Stokesdale every day. We have huge traffic counts on 68, 65, and 158, and then plus our secondary roads. To my knowledge, not one time has the town of Stokesdale ever attempted to get what you would call a second opinion from an engineer working just for the town of Stokesdale. I'm not taking anything away from NCDOT. One of the things I've noticed is they kind of sway a little bit back and forth depending on which particular engineer is in charge and which particular project they're talking about. They have the responsibility of tending to the traffic in the whole state. We have the luxury of just worrying about Stokesdale. And so one of the things that occurs to me, we could pay for sidewalks down each side of the road going through the middle of Stokesdale. And then in a short time later, 3.5 years or whatever, we could be digging them up because they're widening the road. And I don't know what would happen at that point, whether we lose that money or whether NCDOT would cover that cost. That's over my level of expertise. I just know we have high traffic counts. I just know that we have a problem developing because there ain't gonna be no bypass to the north. There's not gonna be a bypass to the south. That traffic is gonna turn and come down the middle of Main Street like it's doing now. It's especially gonna do that when those other two traffic circles are built to the north of the traffic circle at the Stokesdale Christian Church at 65 and 158. These are my opinions as a layman. I am obviously not a traffic engineer, but I remember when the town of Stokesdale had one stoplight. I've seen a lot here. I used to get around again on foot, on a bicycle, on a tractor, in a pickup truck. I've traveled about every way you can on these roads around here. Been here all my life. So I'm just telling council that I think the possibility exists that we need to consult with a private engineer that's a traffic engineer about our traffic situation before we get too deep into building sidewalks everywhere. I don't know. I have no idea whether the engineer that y'all are attempting to hire through this grant program is going to pay any attention to the traffic counts, moving traffic through town, the local traffic, or they're just going to be focused on building sidewalks, trails, and bike paths. I don't know. I'm just bringing it up now. I'm not prepared to make a motion tonight, but I'm just reminding everybody this is what I see. I'm not going to make a motion.
If we get far enough with the plan, we will see what kind of traffic engineering they plan to do in that, and we can go from there. But that is included in the plan. And
Traffic engineering is included in the plan for the town of Stokesdale.
traffic study is part of the demographic search that they do, all of the checking and data that they use in that. They're looking at traffic patterns, they're looking at crash results, they're looking at incidents within the limits here of Stokesdale.
And who's paying them?
That's part of the consultant's fees.
Okay, who is paying them?
90% is paid by.
90% is DOT.
Yeah, and so
So you don't trust the DOT, you're saying
I
that.
did not, don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. I've said that we've never hired anybody to specifically look at local traffic representing solely the town of Stokesdale. I'm looking for someone to possibly do interpretation for us, to translate these technical terms, to look at the ink blot and tell us what they see. Now, that's just a suggestion from me. I'm not going to, I'm not going to make a motion. I'm having a hard enough time as it is getting a motion passed.
Okey-dokey. Well, we appreciate your concern, and we will keep it in mind. Okay, number 23, consideration of tree removal and forestry mulching in town park. Mr. Jones.
I think I've got estimates here. It's not my intent to vote on this tonight. I put some time into getting these developed and written for us. One of the problems I've ran into, a fellow was supposed to meet me on a Wednesday, and his machine burned up on a Monday, so I don't have his estimate.
It's gonna be high, because he's gotta replace it.
Yeah, they definitely got problems. I got a nice picture of the fire if anybody wants to see it. So, I'll start with State Line. I met the gentleman named Corey out on our job site. We flagged the property line using the same app on a phone that hunters utilize to be sure they're hunting on the right property. It's supposed to be accurate within 1 foot. I believe it looks pretty good the way we got it marked. It's flagged with pink ribbons if anybody wants to take a look at it. And the reason one of the primary reasons I'm doing this is because we had an event that y'all are aware of with a suspicious person hanging out close to the playground recently. And you should all have that in your email and what have you. So, this gentleman with State Line, he came up with an estimate for $7,800. This is a little bit beyond my comfort level, but one of the advantages of using the forestry mulcher is that when after he's finished, it's finished. It grinds everything down to basically mulch, to ground level. And so one of the advantages, as far as I'm concerned, is that doesn't take the stumps out, and the stumps are there to hold the soil in place. Don't have to worry about an erosion problem. This needs to be addressed. I have tried several times in the past talking to various council members, and it's still a problem as far as I'm concerned. The playground has been expanded. The corner, as a result of that expansion, has been basically stuck into the woods. What is there is mostly Virginia pines. They are going to grow up and they're going to fall on our playground equipment when the time is appropriate. They're an intermediate tree. God didn't build them to stay standing. There's also some wild Bradford pears there, and that's that estimate. The wolf estimate is to work per hour. There were some measurements taken from the air that are noted on this quote. The part that I don't like so much is $600 an hour for basically pay on the day of completion, and then within 30 days, $1,200 an hour, and then within 60 days, $1,800 an hour, and so on. Councilman Tim Jones didn't necessarily agree with this or ask for this, but I did ask for an hourly rate I did explain our billing system to this individual as best I could, and suggested they had any further questions to direct them to Ms. Thacker. And they assured me they've worked for municipalities before, so I don't entirely understand this fee schedule. The $600 an hour I would be comfortable with. This individual has a significant investment in a machine. It's probably one of the largest forestry mulchers operating in the area, and so that's where that estimate came from. I have been trying to contact Mark Galden with Galden Grading, and I finally couldn't get him on the phone, but I happened to see him on the side of the road today, so I stopped and talked to him, and he promised me he'd come have a look at this. He said he's real busy. I said, well, that's fine. You know, whenever you get to it, you got my number, you know, give me a call, we'll have a look at it. We could get a price from the tree service. We could let Jimmy Lander borrow my chainsaw and me help him drag brush out of the way and, you know, get it done that way. It's a little bit too much to be done by hand. As a stopgap measure, I thought about trimming those limbs up on those trees adjacent to the playground with whatever we need to, highs, you know, like head high, and kind of get that area opened up a little bit so no one could conceal themselves in there. And I think that's something that we really, really, really need to do as soon as possible. The other thing I've had both of these guys do is walk both the property lines. We have landscaping that the town of Stokesdale paid for, bushes and trees, ornamental plantings, and they are being overgrown by the encroachment of the wood line. If I don't know what it would cost to run one of these machines up and down each side, but if we don't do something, we're going to lose those plantings. I would challenge each one of you to go have a look at it. So, any thoughts from y'all would be appreciated.
Mr. Jones, on Area 3 there on the Wolf, it's courts and trail edge. Were they going on the other side, or?
Yes. Yes, that individual, we kind of walked both boundaries of the park.
Okay.
What are you gonna do with what you grind up? I mean, you gonna grind it up, you gonna sow it in grass? What's gonna be done there?
That area will just be mulched, depending on how thick the trees are. It could be, you know, this thick or that thick.
Yeah, but the mulch will eventually rot away. I mean, you're gonna be spending $5,000 more for mulch?
I don't intend to mulch it. My plan would be that we would bush hog it as necessary. I didn't intend to regrade it and reseed it and take that into what we're mowing. Again, with the exception of the playground area, the rest of it is basically on the woodward side of the plantings we already have in place. And so I'm sorry the estimate is as high as it is, but that's what I got.
You check to see if we had that kind of money in the budget for it?
I did not.
All right.
No, I warn y'all, the playground situation here with those bushes that close is just, as an individual council member, is unacceptable to me. I just think we have a problem.
Tim, do you have a map of the different areas?
I do. We got it in an email. Mr. Wagner asked me if I wanted to print it, and I told him no, so we'd save paper.
Oh.
I just need some clarification. So the estimated timeframes total on each area on the high side is 20.5 hours for the entire job. So based on $600 an hour, obviously that's about $12,000, $13,000. Where does this base rate, $2,400 an hour, where does that come?
Again, I didn't ask for this. I don't know how it happened. We have a quote for $600 an hour. I guess, I don't know how this individual thinks we would be there with a check to pay them the minute they're done, but that's what they're saying. Same day of completion, they want to get paid. And they'll do it for $600 an hour.
I guess I'm just
If we
confused.
pay them within 30 days, it's $1,200 an hour, and you can see the list on down.
I'm just confused what the $2,400 an hour versus,
It's payment terms.
Are they
So-
saying,
They're basically saying $600 an hour if you pay them on the day the work is done.
right, no, I got that, but up above that, it says base rate is 2,400 an hour. What is
Oh,
the,
I see what you're saying.
yeah, what is the base rate?
I guess you're giving them 75% discount, is that what they're?
So you're saying their base rate, flat rate is 2,400 an hour based on that 90-day bottom figure, but if you pay early, it's 600 an hour.
If you pay
But
the same day, now
it's
if
just
you pay the next day, it's gonna be 1,200 an hour.
Right, it's just
That,
confusing.
that is what I read too, Mr. Rigsby. I'm not entirely happy with the way this laid out, but it's their private business. I can't tell them how to run it.
Well, except that might be usury, if you were charging 100% interest for one day.
Then there's that.
Yeah. And then if you pay with a card,
Maybe other towns hadn't been paying them. I don't know.
or maybe he lost
Talking about a pretty
chin
big area
too.
right there.
Do we need to have a cash truck, a Brinks truck available on site?
Well, we would need a former law enforcement officer
Paying
to
by the hour?
handle
Use
the
some of that wood
transaction.
pulp.
Yeah, like be able to pay them right then as soon as they walk out of the woods, so.
This is an acre and a half. I'd love to see of clearing land. I'd love to see a map.
I'd be glad to get you a map, but I really think that y'all should walk this thing sometime while you're resting down each side and look at this.
Walk it every morning, don't we, honey?
Are you walking on the track or up and down the edge of the park?
The track,
Well,
which goes along the edge of the park.
be adventuresome.
Oh, well, I'm adventuresome because I walked through the woods through the edge of the park to get here. So I see what you're talking about.
Well, again, my big focus here is to get those trees trimmed back away from that playground so we don't have another had.
So I hear, but trees trimmed back from the playground is one thing. Clearing an acre and a half worth of land is another thing. I'm not saying I'm against it at all. I'm saying I'd love to see a map of like area 1, 0.17 acres, area 2, 0.62 acres, area 3, 0.47. I just want to see a map of what they're.
Mr. Wagner will email you these, both of these quotes that include the maps that were created by that particular vendor. But I really, really would like for y'all to lay eyes on it in person.
I know you've seen
These were
something
aerial.
about this, but it's
Every
kind
damn
of,
morning.
I sit there and I think about, when the kids are at the playground, normally they're supervised, the little ones, and the other ones, they're at the playground, but then they take off down the trail in the woods. Then they're in the woods. So, we need to close the trails. I'm just saying, it just don't, I can see, if there's stuff hanging over, but, it's a park.
It's my intent to try to get some better estimates, from an excavating contractor that clears lots and perhaps one from a tree company. Depends on how far we go, but if council doesn't care about the plantings on each side, I don't. I'm not that, I'm flexible about the park, but these pine trees that grew up, we are already paying to pick 2 or 3 up at a time when they blow over. It's crazy to keep them.
Yeah, well, that's what you're saying.
Okay, so we'll address this when you,
There's also a dead tree
yeah,
right here
there's several.
along
I
the
took
trail.
pictures last,
Right there at the drainage
Yeah.
ditch.
I cut it and you moved to pieces. Deal?
Did you? Yeah, that's fine. Holler at your boy.
okey-dokey. Thank you, Mr. Jones. We'll wait to hear your other estimates as
I
well.
wish I could have come up with a better plan, but that's where I got to so far.
Okay, item number 24. Public comments from the floor.
Oh, my goodness. Is the end near?
All those who have not spoken are requested to continue not to. Oh, I'm
We
sorry,
don't hurt me
excuse
from
me.
getting over, I'm gonna be on the floor for comment.
Okay, we have item 25, town council comments. Anything, Mr. Rigsby?
No, nothing that I hadn't already said. Thanks for everybody for being here, and, good night.
Mr. Foy?
Good meeting tonight. Thank you all. As always, thank you to my colleagues on town council. Thank you to staff. Thank you always to staff. Continue to keep Priscilla in your prayers. Just speaking with Robbie, she's doing she's doing quite well. I don't want to get too deep, but yeah, you know, we look forward to having her back in the office as quickly as possible. Thank you to Chuck. Thank you to all the citizens that showed up tonight. A lot of good views on both sides were expressed, and that's it.
Mr. Landrith?
What I've said so much tonight. Of course, I thank everybody for being here. It's nice to be able to do this. You know, we take it for granted that we live in a free country and we don't have bombs dropping on us and everything. And I think we should thank God and appreciate it. I don't know why that we seem to be spared so much here. And we're in a great town. Whether we get sidewalks, we don't get sidewalks, we still have a good town. Appreciate the discussion we had, civil and everything. And thank my wife for always staying. I always count on her being out there, mainly because, well, I guess would say I had the keys, but she does.
Making me look bad, Jimmy.
Thanks, staff, and again, Robbie, you shouldn't be emailing people at 4:30. Working that late.
Unless there's a water line break. We do want to hear from you.
You're gonna get old quick doing that if, you need to get your sleep. But I do appreciate it. It was, it was funny. I got emails off that, sidewalk stuff at 5-something in the morning and, late at night and things. It was kind of funny. So somebody else was up thinking about it too, because I did think about it a lot. I know a lot of people didn't like what I had to say, but I meant what I said, so.
Mr. Jones?
I just thank you to the 5 people still here. I appreciate anyone willing to hear my opinion when they disagree with it, and thank y'all.
And thank you to all of you who stayed, and certainly we appreciate the ones that came, and certainly I appreciate the opportunity to do this in front of so many people and get so many different viewpoints and stuff, and it's good that we can sit here and talk this out and come to a logical conclusion. Thanks to all my council members, thanks to the staff, and just thank you for this opportunity. So, and with that, we're going to enter into closed session.
Darlene's gonna be mad because I was sitting back again. I forgot.
Yep.
She said that I've been sitting back too much.
I move that the Stokesdale Town Council enter into closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3. The purpose of the closed session is to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged.
Second.
You got a second?
Aye.
Ms. Foy?
Aye.
Ms. Landrith? Mr. Jones?
I guess.
And I am also aye.
Oh, boy.
What you got there, Michael?
Where is it, Mike?
Corey Center.
Okay.
Jimmy,
Same
you
place
want to
as
sign
last
up
year?
for the platinum?
Whatever, y'all.
If I can get Tim to
Y'all sign up
do
to
this,
the
I'll
town.
go for the diamond.
Yeah, we'll, and everybody's in the room. Okay, yeah. Okay, town council reconvenes at 12:31. And we are going to continue item number 18 until further notice. We have several announcements here. Ms. Landreth, pay attention.
You motion to resume the.
We did.
Yep.
Well, I just did it.
Okay.
Okay, April 13th to April 16th is the free bulk item drop-off event at Town Hall. Then the 14th, 2026, we have the regular Town Board of Adjustment meeting, which has been canceled. On April the 15th, Town Future Land Use Plan Committee meeting is scheduled for 7 o'clock in this room. April 16th, special call Town Council meeting, again at 7 o'clock in this room. April the 23rd, regular Town Council Board meeting, regular Town Planning Board meeting is scheduled for 7 o'clock in this room. On May the 7th is a special call Town Council meeting at 7 o'clock in Town Council chambers. On May the 12th, regular Town Board of Adjustment meeting at 7 o'clock here in this room. And then May the 14th, 2026, regular Town Council meeting. That's all the announcements at this time. Do I have
Motion to adjourn.
There we go. I'll second that.
Aye.
Aye.
Riggs? And Landreth and Mr. Jones, and I am also aye.
All right, Chuck, I've officially figured your time out for the night. I think
I didn't know you didn't.
you're
know
officially
Max.
stopped at on the short of
Excuse me?
another hour.
I didn't know you didn't know Max.
Not a clue. It's okay.
Yeah.
Ain't know everybody.
No, I'm not sure I got the temperament for that.
They probably don't even listen to his attorney out there. They probably just came and move on, whatever they're gonna do.
Robbie, thank you for all you do, sir.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.